Check, check. Check, check. Mic, check. Mic, check. Mic, check.
The 331st meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting are Vice Chairman Darylyn Perryman, Secretary Pastor Larry Miles, members Mano de Ayala, Judge Molly Francis, Judge Faith Johnson, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Eric Nichols, and Dr. Rodney Burrow. A quorum is present, and the 331st meeting of the board is declared open. It is 8:09. The board will now conduct executive session, which is closed to the public in accordance with the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074. The 331st meeting of the Board of Trustees is now recessed. The Board of Trustees are scheduled to reconvene in main sale at 8:30 a.m. It is 8:09. All right.
kid and you got in trouble. It's just another way to cover it.
I don't see anything. Wait a minute. Who are we?
Is it Eric? I think it's Eric.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's off to Pepper's now.
Well, hold on, Mr. Nichols is.
There he is.
The 331st meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting are, ooh, that's some excitement there. Our Vice Chairman Darylyn Perryman, Secretary Pastor Larry Miles, members Mano de Ayala, Judge Molly Francis, Judge Faith Johnson, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Eric Nichols, and Dr. Rodney Burrow. A quorum is present and the 331st meeting of the board is declared open. It is 8:41. Before we get started, I would like to invite you to join in pledging allegiance to our United States and Texas flags. Deputy Executive Director Oscar Mendoza will lead us in the pledges. Mr. Mendoza, please begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. Dr. Burrow will open our meeting up with a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for the privilege of being here today in Texas and meeting freely. Thank you for all those that made it possible. Thank you so much for the Windham School District and the beacon of hope that it is for so many. Lord, we pray that you bless the administration of the school district and all those involved in taking care of the students and in the education of the students, Lord. Lord, most of all, we pray that you bless the students and their education. Please let them learn a lot, Lord, and help this to make them successful in whatever career path they choose. In his name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Burrow. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. Do we have any public officials or their staff representatives visiting today? Seeing none, again, I would like to thank all of them for supporting us and the Windham School District in their vital role here in the state of Texas. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as for public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. So let's begin with the recognitions. The first recognition will be presented by Coalfield Unit Windham School District Principal Felicia Johnson. Ms. Johnson, I understand you would like to recognize Miss Martha Robinson for being the recipient of the Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award and Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year. Ms. Johnson, will you both come to the podium? And Ms. Johnson, if you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning. Ms. Martha Robinson was named the WSD Teacher of the Year. She's also the recipient of the Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award, named after the WSD's first superintendent, as well as the first female superintendent in Texas. The Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award is the highest honor bestowed upon a WSD teacher. In addition to this monumental achievement, Ms. Robinson is also WSD's Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year. When you step into Ms. Robinson's introduction to culinary classroom, you're not walking into an ordinary classroom, but instead a restaurant she and her students name Culinary Delights. It is here Robinson serves her students culinary knowledge, delicious recipes, and most importantly, life lessons. Through her curriculum, students reflect and share their personal experience with cooking, including culinary recipes, family memories, and techniques. She highlights unique menus, discusses restaurant openings or closings, and hosts bake-offs to keep students engaged in learning. Ms. Robinson's dedication for correctional education is steadfast. She has led students at the Coalfield campus since 2012, first as a testing specialist, then as a health and wellness coordinator, and now as a career and technical education teacher for the campus's culinary program. Prior to working for WSD, Ms. Robinson was a special education teacher at Rusk Intermediate and teacher's assistant at Wichita Falls Independent School District. With a health and wellness background, Ms. Robinson holds her Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology from Midwestern State University and industry-recognized credentials in OSHA, ServSafe, and health and wellness. According to Ms. Robinson's peers, she is a servant leader who is full of new ideas, always willing to help, and protrudes excitement that her students reflect. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Martha Robinson as the Lane Murray Teacher of the Year recipient.
Good morning. Today I would like to thank God for giving me the ability to teach in a prison setting. Teaching has been my passion from the age of 11. The hardest part of my job is driving to work every day. Two things I share with my students when they first come in. Number one, we're a family. And number two, for the next 6 hours, you're no longer in prison. So I take their mind off of being in prison. My class mission is to inspire my students, inform my students, and to encourage my students to change their mindset when they go home. I would like to thank the board for the opportunity to teach for Windham. I would like to thank Ms. Hartman, who has came in and has made a difference for the Windham School District. And then lastly, Ms. Johnson, my principal, who has given me the ability to grant me freedom to go in and be able to teach, and also for her support. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you.
Well, congratulations, Ms. Robinson. As you two know, I've just recently been to the Coalfield unit and been to Culinary Delights. And I just have to say, in the future, I hope one of your recipes involves deviled eggs. There's just a suggestion there. And also, I hope the next time I'm there that there's a bulletin board featuring Ms. Robinson. All right, I'm expecting to see that. Now, let's go ahead and get a picture. The next recognition will be presented by Erica Moore, Panhandle Regional Principal. Ms. Moore, I understand you would like to recognize Ms. Alicia Fulton for being Academic Teacher of the Year. Now that you're at the podium, Ms. Moore, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you and good morning. Ms. Alyssa Fulton, a finalist for District Teacher of the Year, was named WSD's Academic Teacher of the Year. A lifelong learner, Alyssa Fulton's passion and dedication for education is reflected throughout her career and her classroom. As a special education teacher for WSD, she leads her students firmly with clear expectations, patience, support, and kindness. She does this by modeling appropriate behavior, making professional connections, and creating lessons around the needs of her students. Fulton works to build a sense of community for her students and her coworkers. She brings in different community members to discuss life lessons and connects students to potential employers. Additionally, she promotes the importance of continuing education through CTE and college courses. Fulton has worked for WSD as both an English as second language teacher and a special education teacher. Prior to WSD, she worked as a paraprofessional, kindergarten teacher, first grade teacher, 3-year-old teacher, and CTE teacher. Fulton has a Bachelor of Applied Arts and Science as well as EC through 4 ESL, General Certificate and Special Education Certificate. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Fulton on this huge accomplishment.
First of all, I would like to thank you for all the support you have given us. When I started my career with Windham 6 years ago, I was really unsure how it would go, and now I'm definitely hooked. But thank you for everything you do for the teachers, staff, and students.
And congratulations to you, Ms. Fulton. If you'll please join us for a photo. The next recognition will be presented by Lori Olivares, Alamo Star Regional Principal. Ms. Olivares, I understand you would like to recognize Ms. Cecil Rodriguez, who unfortunately, because of a family emergency, cannot be with us today. So she's being awarded the Life Skills Teacher of the Year. Ms. Olivares, will you please join us at the podium and begin?
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, also a finalist for the District Teacher of the Year, has been chosen as WSD's Life Skill Teacher of the Year. With over 20 years of teaching experience, Cecil Rodriguez is a mentor to everyone that she meets. She always welcomes her students and coworkers with a warm smile and an encouraging word. Similarly, she is the first to offer moral support, give advice, and motivate those around her. As a changes teacher at Garza West, Rodriguez creates active learning lessons to meet the needs of all of our students. She uses group lessons that incorporate the level of each student to ensure that all students involved in the project. Her peers describe her as a gifted teacher who is consistent, fair, and great at building rapport with her students. Ms. Rodriguez holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Literature, Master's of Education, and is certified in Secondary English, Secondary History, and Principal. Prior to joining Windham, she taught middle school science, English, reading, math, writing, and technology. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Rodriguez on her achievement.
And thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Olivares. Today's proposed consent items include excused absences for Pastor Larry Miles from the June 24th, 2022 meeting. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on the agenda is a library services update from the Superintendent of the Windham School District, Ms. Christina Hartman. If you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Windham School District organizes and ensures smooth functionality of 89 libraries within our campuses across the state of Texas. The Library Services Department consists of numerous hardworking individuals committed to providing up-to-date reading materials to patrons, hosting events for students and staff such as contests and conferences, and implementing initiatives including campus volunteers to ensure maximum success within the libraries. Since the beginning of 2022, the Library Services Department has shipped over 37,000 books across the district. This includes books that were purchased, donated from various individuals and organizations, and items distributed during restricted movement. There are currently 2,000 donated books available on standby for WSD libraries to access as needed. These books are of a variety of genres and themes in order to provide our patrons a diverse collection. By the end of the calendar year, the Library Services Department anticipates to distribute over 17,000 new books to our campuses for patron access. Throughout the year, WSD circulates over 1 million books between patrons. Not only does the Library Services Department ensure the availability of reading materials, but they also host exciting creative events for Windham students. Each year, the Library Services Department holds a bookmark contest and a poetry contest. Our students look forward to these opportunities to showcase their artistic side. This year, 80 of the 89 Windham libraries participated in the bookmark contest, and 63 participated in the poetry contest. With these creative outlets, patrons are able to demonstrate their interest through a variety of formats. This year's winning entries are currently being assembled into a booklet by Windham teacher Robert Gray's Printing and Information Technology class. In addition, all of the bookmark entries are compiled into one poster for display in the WSD Administration Building. These events are great opportunities to see our students' creative talents in action. In order to ensure that all library services staff are current on department procedures, updates, and initiatives, Rebecca Gillen, our library services administrator, organized and hosted a statewide professional development event for all library services staff. The robust agenda consisted in items such as process reviews, trainings, collaborative networking, and department updates from Department Director Kevin Sonic. The professional development event hosted a variety of speakers. I was included, various administrators, library services staff, and volunteers. Each speaker came prepared with presentations and activities focused on library processes and concepts. Board member Ambassador Sichon Siv was the keynote conference speaker. Ms. Gillen indicated that all WSD staff were very impressed with the ambassador's story and honored that he took the time to speak. We also had a very special treat in that an individual was walking past the area where our staff were meeting, and it turned out to be a former student that was an employee of the venue, so that was really special, and he came in and addressed the staff and thanked them for their efforts when he was a Windham student. Windham Library Services staff is dedicated to providing a diverse variety of reading materials readily available to our patrons. Through purchases and donations, campus libraries are stocked with a multitude of options, including books, magazines, and digital catalogs. Digital catalogs enable our teachers and students to view the library inventory on the computer. In addition, the Library Services Department is working collaboratively with Windham's Information Technology Department in order to implement an improved checkout system for campus libraries to increase production and minimize the time that it takes to locate materials. This initiative is expected to be implemented by January of 2023. To support maximum functionality of campus libraries, the district has incorporated volunteers to assist in the libraries as needed. Currently, we have over 500 authorized volunteers to assist Windham campuses. The district's specialized library services staff includes a department administrator, that's Rebecca Gillen that I mentioned, regional librarians and volunteer coordinators, library assistants, and administrative assistants. I am thrilled with the progress and updates that our library team has made this year, to include the board-supported adjustment of closed-stack libraries to ensuring that open access to library materials is available to patrons. We also anticipate progressive updates continuing in the future. With the hard work of our library services team, WSD campuses are able to have effective, diverse libraries that give our patrons the opportunity to expand their knowledge through literature and other resources. This concludes my report, and I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hartman. Are there any questions from the board? Thank you. Oh, yes, Ambassador.
I have seen a few units the past 2 years, but I've never been so impressed with the Braille program. And if you allow me, I want to enroll in that program. I can go and spend a few days there, just learn how to use the machine.
Yes, that is a good lead into my, have you been reading my remarks, Ambassador? I think we can get right on that, can't we, Ms. Hartman?
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Ambassador. The next item on the agenda is the chairman's report. Windham School District's graphic design apprenticeship program, and Ambassador, you need to stop reading my reports here. Collaboration with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Mall Braille Factory began in November 2020 at the Mountain View campus. This partnership was designed to offer students an outlet to expand their knowledge of graphic design through the understanding of concepts, principles, and techniques through the tactile writing system of Braille. With this certification, a multitude of career avenues such as graphic design, web developer, and computer artist are available for the apprentices to explore upon returning to their communities. For students to receive their graphic design apprenticeship program completion certificate, they must complete 216 related technical instruction RTI hours and 3,000 on-the-job OJL learning hours. The program syllabus consists of various modules such as orientation, forms and work communication, safety, quality, organizing, and planning work, design, and production. The modules are assigned a certain number of hours which are required for the OJL hours. The RTI hours taught by TBCJ staff who also operate as Windham School District instructors for apprenticeship, Ms. Billman, Ms. Bell, and Mr. Gaylord, are composed of studies and testing in areas such as orientation and first aid, trade-specific occupations, and employment readiness and retention. The implementation of the Braille program was a dream followed through from beginning to end. Miss Billman and a friend, Florence Moore, plant manager, were instrumental in the initiation of the Braille program at Mountain View. In the 1980s, Miss Billman and Miss Moore had a vision of providing women the opportunity to prepare themselves for a successful future upon release. Unfortunately, Miss Moore passed away, but Miss Billman continued their dream. Miss Billman always had an interest in Braille, and with Miles' assistance, she was able to start the Braille transcribing facility at Mountain View in 2000. Miss Billman stated, "I always said if I could see one woman leave the prison and be able to use the skills she obtained from the program, I would know that my vision had become a reality." We are grateful for Miss Billman and Miss Moore's vision and determination to see this dream become a reality. Windham works collaboratively with Sharon Albert, Mall Division Director, and Jessica O'Donnell, Mall's Deputy Director of Programs, to provide students access to the Mountain View Braille MVB program for completion of the required OJL hours. During the OJL process, the instructors work closely with the apprentices to learn how to create high-quality tactile graphics. Tactiles are three-dimensional representations of any educational diagrams. Ms. Billman said, "The students must design the map to fit what the blind population will need. Each feature of the map must be reproduced in different textures, symbols, or keyed labels. To ensure readability, the students print the graphics on an embosser for confirmation of understanding." Ms. Billman indicated that through the collaboration of Windham School District and Mall, the Braille facility became a member of the National Braille Association. With this membership, MVB receives monthly webinars providing the apprentices the opportunity to view training from the outside world. On June 28, 2022, Windham School District held the first graduation for the Braille Graphic Design Apprenticeship program at the Mountain View campus. The graduating class consisted of 19 program completers with 16 in attendance. Windham graduates received their Department of Labor Graphic Design Apprenticeship certification in front of their family, friends, and district leadership. Superintendent Hartman was the keynote speaker, congratulating and recognizing the graduates for their hard work and well-deserved achievement. Ms. Hartman said that, "With this accomplishment, you have proven to yourself that you are capable of whatever you set out to achieve. In addition, you prove to potential employers that you are a determined, hard-working, and a certified candidate with the training and skills necessary to be a successful employee." The ceremony agenda also included remarks by the unit warden, a graduating student, and Sharon Albert of Mall. This was an exciting day for all in attendance, as another milestone was achieved by the graduates, MVB, and Mountain View campus. Charlene Moriarty, Windham School District Workforce Administrator, said, "We are proud of this accomplishment in our students for being able to earn this level of completion while incarcerated. The students earning their OJL hours show that they are committed to the program and receiving their completion certification. These graduates made the conscious choice to put themselves and their future first by ensuring the hours, information, and standards were met to receive their completion certification, thus setting themselves up for a successful career and future. We are proud of the graduating class and all involved in this success." And those complete my remarks. The next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $500,000. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer Robert O'Banion will be presenting today. Members of the board, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my firm represents Aztec Software, included in the purchases and contracts over $500,000. Therefore, I will not be taking any action today on the purchases and contracts over $500,000. Mr. O'Banion, glad to see you at the podium. If you are ready, you may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman and members. I'd like to request approval for a purchase over $500,000. We recommend awarding this purchase to Aztec Software, totaling $1,047,000, for student instructional software licenses. This contract will renew licensing at 84 computer lab sites across the district to support student academic achievement. The contract also includes 13 license renewals at Title I sites that support our students who are under the age of 21. This purchase is being made through the Education Service Center, Region 19, Allied States Cooperative out of El Paso, Texas. Consistent with all of our purchasing cooperatives, the bid The contract is bid and negotiated through the Education Service Center, who does not require any fees of Windham School District. The license agreement is for a 12-year period beginning in September of 22 and extending through August of 23. The software provides diagnostic, prescriptive, and computer-based instruction to support and enhance the academic entitlement programs. Funding for this purchase is included in the recommended fiscal year 23 budget. I'll now pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the purchases and contracts over $500,000 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made and it is being seconded by Ms. Perryman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please let the record show I abstain from voting on the purchases and contracts over $500,000. Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Our next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for 2022-2023. Mr. O'Banion, please continue.
Thank you again, Chairman and members, for the opportunity to be here and discuss our 22-23 school district budget, and thank you for your ongoing support of our district. We've got a number of positive initiatives incorporated into the upcoming school year. I'd like to go over some of these areas behind tab F of your binder. If you'll turn to page 3 of the Windham School District budget book, you will see the total revenues remain relatively unchanged in fiscal year 23 at the amount of $69,873,395. However, we did see several fluctuations within the types of revenue. Special grant funds for fiscal year 23 is almost $5.3 million, which is a decrease of $211,000 from the prior year, due in part to the end of the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund grant, which was fully expended. The MOU funds with TBCJ revenue increased to almost $5.6 million. This reflects a $374,000 increase to account for increased salaries. The all funds budgeted expenditures decreased for fiscal year 23 by a small amount of 1.5% or $1.2 million to $75,187,470. The most significant increase in expenditures for next year is in the implementation of a 10% salary increase for all staff, with the exception of the superintendent whose salary is set through board action. This increase is effective September 1 as outlined in the board resolution at this past April board meeting. This represents an increase in expenditures of $5.4 million in payroll expenses. We have also included funds in this year's budget for multiple program continuations and expansions. The budget includes funding to support the new grant partnership with the Texas Workforce Commission to support integrated education and training program implementation. This is a 3-year partnership with a total budget of $750,000, of which $324,000 is included in next year's budget. Expenditures also provide for purchases of over $692,000 to expand technology and utilize one-time committed funds. These improvements will be made to student computer labs to support computer-based instruction. Budgeted expenditures also include an agreement with the Correctional Education Association to perform robust campus audits within education to meet the American Correctional Association accreditation requirements. Expenditures also support our new regional principal model to provide leadership, professional development, and technical assistance to our campus principals. If you'll now turn to our personnel schedule, which begins at the bottom, or it ends on the bottom of page 8, you'll see the overall FTEs decrease from the last year's budget by 47 to 1,094.5 FTEs for fiscal year 23. The remaining pages of the budget book, 9 through 13, reflect our various salary plans. Finally, members, in addition to our next year's budget, we discussed individually with each of you our exceptional item request that will be submitted in the upcoming legislative session. This totaled almost $10.3 million for the biennium. It includes continued funding for the 10% salary increase for teachers, expansion of the pilot to provide instructional services to students in restrictive housing, expansion of career and technical education programs, the continuation of family literacy programs, and finally, the expansion of our workforce coordinator program to assist with occupational licensing, both pre and post release. I want to thank you for your time over the past few weeks as we visited with each of you about our budget and our future financial requests. So at this time, I would like to request that the Board of Trustees approve the 22-23 budget for the Windham School District as presented and the salary schedule per board policy. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. O'Banion. Are there any questions?
Mr. O'Banion, if you could just highlight, does the budget include funding for increased use of tablets to help support programs such as GED and other programs?
We do have the committed funds that we have, the technology. The board committed a portion of our fund balance in October 21 to be for enhanced technology. And we have expended a portion of those committed funds each year, and we've got over $600,000 in next year's budget committed to technology for students to assist with the GED and other computer-based instructional learning. Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions? Thank you again. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have a motion. I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for 2022, 2023, and authorize the superintendent of the Windham School District to make transfers as necessary as authorized by policy.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second. A motion has been made. It has been seconded by Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as for public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. I would like to thank all of you for coming here today and remind you the next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will be Friday, October 14th, 2022 in Fort Worth, Texas. Yeehaw! There being no further business of the 331st meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees, the meeting is now adjourned. It is 9:18. And I'm guessing what, y'all want like 5 minutes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes, okay. All right. Oh, and mono. Good luck, safe travels to Jim. All right, because I know you need to go.
So we're going to wait a minute. Mr. Collier wants to add some more fans.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. You want me to try again?
Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Back. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
He wants me to move it forward.
Testing 1 2 3. 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 Move the mic. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
I'm sorry, Judge Johnson.
Maybe I make a little bunny face. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Is that it?
Justice Business Financial Operations Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 9:34 a.m. Our first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Are there any amendments, objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a review of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice fiscal year 2023 proposed operating budget and fiscal years 2024-25 legislative appropriations request. Our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ron Steffa, will be presenting today, who is already at the podium. Mr. Steffa, welcome. Thank you. I know we have quite a bit to talk about today.
Yes, sir, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Chairman, committee members, Mr. Collier. At first, we'd just like to thank you for the time that you each took to allow us to individually brief you. Very thorough meetings, and we appreciate that time, especially you being able to take it away from your busy schedules. So I will be bringing, at the regular session today, for your approval, the FY23 operating budget and the fiscal year 24-25 legislative appropriations request. Would also like to thank Jennifer Gonzalez and Rebecca Waltz and her budget team for the many hours that they put in compiling this budget. The agency's 23 operating budget is consistent with the funding decisions made by the legislature last session and the special sessions. The fiscal year 23 budget totals $3.55 billion. It provides level funding for incarceration, treatment programs, support operations, health care, probation, and the board oversight programs. Earlier this summer, agencies received a policy letter and instructions from the Office of the Governor and the Legislative Budget Board regarding the preparation of the LAR. Under these instructions, agency baseline request could be 100% of the amounts that we had expended in fiscal year 22 and budgeted for fiscal year 23. The base request is $3.5 billion for both FY 24 and 25. Any request that exceed the baseline is required to be submitted as an exceptional item. And I'll now cover the agency's exceptional items and provide a brief description of each one. Later today and after your approval during the regular session, we will be distributing the legislative appropriation requests and also post a summary document on the website for public access. All the dollar amounts that I'll provide are biennial, which is the total amount of fiscal years 24 and 25 combined. One of the agency's top priorities and focus has been employee recruitment and retention. The first three exceptional items request actually focus on employee salaries. The first exceptional item is for the continuation of the 15% correctional officer pay raise that was approved by state leadership and implemented this April. Prior to the pay raise, we had over 8,000 correctional officer vacancies. We have made improvements every month since the implementation of this pay raise, and we are now under 7,000 vacancies. This item totals $374.8 million. The second exceptional item is to provide a 15% pay raise for parole officers and totals $24.2 million. This percent matches that of the correctional officers and would address the staffing needs for these officers. Parole officers provide public safety through their supervision of the inmates upon release. The third item is for a 10% pay raise for other agency employees and totals $65.9 million. These positions include staff that perform critical support functions throughout the agency, which help to maintain the agency's essential operations. Item number 4 is for the correctional managed health care and represents the needs of the University of Texas Medical Branch and the Texas Tech University Health Science Centers. The first component is $181.4 million to bring the funding to projected level of expense to maintain the delivery of services currently provided. The second component is a 15% market adjustment for the correctional managed health care staff and totals $90.2 million. Both universities are experiencing significant challenges in the recruitment and retention of medical staff. The third component is $5.6 million for new positions. They include mental health clinicians to serve as mental health liaisons to the agency's self-harm prevention offices, and nursing and medical positions to provide medical care for a proposed sheltered housing unit. The agency is proposing to convert dorm space at the Montford unit to sheltered housing to be able to support the increasing medical needs of our aging population. The fourth component is a request for $8.6 million to replace aging capital equipment throughout the system, such as dental, radiology, dialysis, and pharmacy equipment. So the full correctional managed health care request totals $285.8 million. Through coordination with the local community supervision and corrections departments, or CSCDs, item number 5 totals $138 million and addresses the pressing needs of adult probation. Probation provides judges an alternative to incarceration and is necessary for a balanced criminal justice system. 90.2 would provide funding to the CSCDs to allow them to provide a 15% salary increase to their community supervision officers and a 10% salary increase for other CSCD staff. 47.7 million addresses the increased cost that they've been experiencing in their basic operations in providing treatment and specialized programs. The sixth item is per diems for contracted facilities in the amount of $130.3 million. The agency enters into long-term contracts for the operations of these facilities, which serve to limit the rate of growth between renewal periods. We are currently rebidding a number of these contracts, and $96.1 million of this request would be needed to maintain the current number of contracted beds at the new per diem rates. The other $34.2 million is requested to restore the funding for the operations of the Bradshaw State Jail. Bradshaw was idled and the funding was reduced last biennium in the 5% reductions, but the agency has recently needed to reopen the facility, and this funding would provide for the per diem to contract for its operations. The seventh item addresses the increased cost the agency has experienced for food, fuel, and utilities. All three of these core functions of the agency have experienced significant cost increases. $60.8 million is necessary to fund these essential items at levels consistent with our current costs. Item number 8 is for the Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical or Mental Impairments, or TCOME. TCOME contracts with the local mental health authorities to provide services for parolees and probationers with special needs. The $8.6 million would allow the local mental health authorities to provide an average 15% salary increase to their medical, mental health, and support staff, and to cover increased operational costs that they're experiencing. Item number 9 is to provide funding to build a training facility for pre-service, in-service, and specialized training for correctional and other agency staff. The agency currently utilizes space on the campus of Sam Houston State University. The new facility would provide for an enhanced training capability and better equip staff in providing public safety and increasing the retention of correctional officers. Item number 10 is $38.6 million of additional capital funding to replace aging laundry, agricultural, industrial, security, and warehousing equipment. These include essential equipment such as washers and dryers, ovens, ice machines, tractors, metal detectors, and forklifts. The 11th item is $28.3 million to replace agency vehicles that exceed double the replacement criteria. These include tractor trucks, buses, vans, trucks, and cars. For inmate transportation buses, double the criteria would replace those that are over 20 years old or exceed 600,000 miles. The 12th item provides for the replacement of computers throughout the agency. This $7.8 million would allow the agency to replace computers that are 10 years old and return the agency to its conservative 6-year computer replacement cycle. Item number 13 is $6.3 million for video surveillance system updates. The agency has previously has received funding to install comprehensive video surveillance systems at our maximum security prisons. This funding would provide for the maintenance of those systems and allow the first 2 years of a 6-year refresh. Item number 14 is $6.5 million for the Office of the Inspector General. The OIG primarily consists of peace officers for investigating allegations of criminal behavior, serious policy violations, as well as working with outside law enforcement to apprehend parole absconders. Over the years, OIG has experienced an increase in the number and complexity of their investigations, and $5.5 million of this request would fund additional staff to support these activities. The other $1 million would fund vehicle replacements, which also exceed double the criteria. The 15th item is for the repair and restoration of facilities throughout the agency, many of which are over 75 years old. The $151 million would complete the major work projects that have been identified and included in the agency's fiscal year 24-25 capital expenditure plan. These projects include roof repairs, security fencing, fire alarms, electrical systems, water, wastewater, and other major infrastructure repairs. Item number 16 is $23.9 million to provide body-worn cameras to correctional officers working on 23 maximum security facilities. These body-worn cameras would assist in prevention and de-escalating confrontational situations between officers and inmates and provide a valuable source of information when investigating allegations. This request also includes the maintenance and video storage for these systems. Item number 17 is $4.4 million to replace aging handheld radios and infrastructure. The upgraded radios will provide interoperability and increase the effectiveness of our communications capabilities throughout the state. As the need for cybersecurity continues to increase, the 18th item for $1.1 million would provide additional cybersecurity positions to help bolster the agency's defenses and provide adequate safeguards against cybersecurity attacks. Item number 19 is related to the implementation of the Centralized Accounting, Payroll, and Personnel System, or CAPS. That would be a system coordinated through the Comptroller's Office. It provides $2.3 million for additional agency staff to assist in the implementation, provide training, and ongoing support of the CAPS system. The biennial total of all exceptional items requested is $1.39 billion. Thank you for your consideration of these items and your continued support of the agency. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Stuff, for that presentation. Thorough, and I understand that there are a couple of larger buckets here, and I just wanted to make perhaps an observation, and perhaps there's a question in there somewhere. But we've seen on this board over the years the efforts that have been made to retain and employ more correctional officers. It's been number one issue that we've been facing, and the agency has done a lot of things. The agency has provided bonus, found different ways to seek and recruit and retain, and all these things that have been done over the years. And the legislature finally gave us a little reprieve here several months ago, I guess, or a few months ago. And it's working is what I'm hearing, right? It is finally the thing. We have an inflationary economy right now. Everything costs more. We've heard from Windham, harder to find teachers. We need to be competitive with pay. Roundabout way, what I'm saying is when we go, and one of the largest items here is to maintain that pay increase and fund that. That's something that's been at the core of the agency, and it seems like this has been the only way to solve that problem. It's a very important problem to solve. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's in my day job, that's what we call a leading question. Thank you. And the second is, a lot of these items, these exceptional items, these are items that the agency has approached the legislature about over the years. This isn't for the most part, new items or new things. This is a good communication, a good dialogue with the legislature. Is that fair? Okay. Because I remember hearing that when we spoke, and I didn't hear some of that in your presentation. I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank
many
you
of
again.
these items are items that we've presented in the past that they're very familiar with, and that's absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stephan.
Maybe there'll be some new members of the legislature who will take these items more seriously in the next session.
And moving on.
Follow up real quick on your point. Mr. Steffa, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves to some degree in terms of the reduction in the vacancy rate among COs. But is there also an effort within the department to gather feedback? I mean, I was at a unit yesterday talking to a lieutenant who told me that that these pay raises have made a real difference. In other words, that she's seeing a situation where there's less turnover, an increased ability to recruit the good folks that we need in those positions. But is there some effort to make sure that, because we're all trying to be good stewards of the public's money, is there some effort to make sure that when the legislature, puts more money behind correctional officer pay, that we're getting feedback to establish that it truly is making a difference?
Yes, sir. One, we are engaged with the correctional officers and getting their feedback, and we can see the results speak for themselves. And then we will also be sharing with the offices just the effectiveness of this pay raise and how it's helped to improve since its implementation. Prior to the pay raise, every month we were losing ground. Since the pay raise, every month since we've been gaining ground. So it's a very promising direction. We still have quite a ways to go with regards to correctional officer staffing.
And then on exceptional item number 2 on the parole officer staffing, is to use the committee chair's terminology, is the jury still out on that, or have we seen any improvement in that area in terms of recruitment and retention? Item 1, the correctional officers, we receive funding from state leadership to implement. Items number 2 and beyond are new requests that we're making. We are seeing challenges with the hiring and retention of parole officers, as well as positions all throughout the agency. So items number 2 and 3 would provide a 15% pay raise for the parole officers and 10% for other agency staff to put us in a position to better recruit and retain the staff that we're being challenged in doing so today. And have you received similar feedback to what we talked about on the correctional officer side to suggest that we might see the same types of improvement in the vacancy rates in those areas as well?
Yes, sir. We've heard from existing employees as well as speaking to those who are leaving, doing an exit interview, and pay is often on the top of the list.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stephan, could we also, I know probation, the community service and corrections departments are asking for a little bit of money this time, and I just wanted to recognize the extremely important job our probation departments do throughout the state in evaluating and assessing and recommending treatment and programs for the thousands of people we have on probation in the state of Texas. I know Carrie Green's here, and she's got some probation heads and some other probation people to support the budget request today, and maybe those people could stand up. Carrie? Can you hear me, Carrie? I know you can. Good to have y'all here. Any other, there we go, Dallas Probation Department. Good to have y'all here today.
And if I may, while they're not state employees, TBCJ employees, they're a very vital partner in criminal justice and are essential to having that balanced criminal justice system and providing those judges with the much needed alternatives to incarceration. Absolutely.
Anything else? Mr. Stefan, thank you. Appreciate it. Do you have another report or? No.
No, but I'll be coming back during the regular session to ask for your approval here on the LAR and operating budget.
Well, thank you. I think who we have next is our brand new Facilities Division Director, Mr. Ron Hudson. Yes. Welcome. And congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Chairman O'Daniel, Mr. Collier, members. I would like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Coalfield Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 93% complete and is in the final stages of construction. Item number 2 is the Michael Unit Roofing Project. This project remains at 26%. As reported previously, we are continuing to work with the contractor on moving this project forward. Item number 3 is the Young Unit Roofing Project. This project is now construction complete and in the closeout phase. Item number 4 is the Crane Unit Roofing Project to replace the roof at the reception satellite. The project is currently 43% complete. The contractor is in the process of finishing sections B1 and B2. Item number 5 is the Mumford Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 23% complete. The contractor has completed sections G2, G3, F1, and K1, except for some minor detail work. Item number 6 is the Estelle Unit Textile Mill Roof Project. This project is currently 5% complete. The contractor is continuing to work on submittals and schedules. Item number 7 is the Jester 3 Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 12% complete. The contractor has provided submittals and completed the laydown yard. Item number 8 is the Ramsey Unit Roofing Project. This project is currently 4% complete. The contract continues to work on submittals and schedules. Item number 9 is the Wind Unit Project, replace the primary electrical distribution system. This project is currently 99% complete. The contractor is continuing to prepare for final inspection. Item number 10 is the Clements Unit Project to replace the structural floor and plumbing system for B Building Wings C and D. This project is currently 95% complete. The contractor is working on final details of construction. Item number 11 is the Coalfield Unit Project to install a new sludge dewatering press. This project is currently 37% complete. The dewatering press has arrived in Wisconsin from Austria. The final components are being assembled to the press before being delivered to the Coalfield unit. Item number 12 is the Memorial Unit Project to repair and replace building structures in the boiler room. This project is currently 85% complete. The generator has been installed and the load test was completed. Project continues to move forward with only minor construction items left to complete. Item number 13 is the Chasefield refurbish repair water towers 1 and 2 and ground storage tank. A pre-construction meeting is scheduled with the contractor August 30th, at which time a notice to proceed will be issued. Item number 14 is the Ferguson Unit Project to construct a water well and transmission line. The project is currently 62% complete. Electrical work is ongoing. Forms for generator and well slabs are ready for concrete. Item number 15 is the Wainwright Unit Design-Only Project to construct a wastewater treatment plant. This design-only project is currently 12% complete. The design firm is continuing to conduct investigative work to gather field data for design input. First technical review is scheduled for September 2022. Item number 16 is the Wainwright Unit Design-Only Project to construct a water treatment plant. This design-only project remains at 3% complete. The design firm is continuing to conduct investigative work to gather field data for design input. First technical review is scheduled for October 2022. A larger percentage is expected at that time. Item number 17 is the GIST unit project to replace locking systems for multiple locations. This project is currently 20% complete. The contractor is on site and mobilization is in progress. Item number 18 is the Clements unit project to repair and replace the fire line in 12 building. This project is currently 65% complete. All interior piping, hose reels, and hoses have been installed. Currently installing fire alarm panel and associated wiring in the control picket. Item number 19 is the Michael unit project to replace the fire line restrictive housing 12 building. This project is currently 3% complete. The contractor is working on the laydown yard. Item number 20 is the Estelle unit project to replace and relocate steam line. This project is currently 7% complete. The contractor has mobilized and completed surveying for the pier locations. Item 21 is a Telford unit project to replace hot water and steam piping. This project is currently 4% complete. The contractor is working on preparing the laydown yard and prefabbing material off-site. Item number 22 is the Johnston unit project to install emergency power at multiple locations. This project is currently 1% complete. The contractor is working on submittals and schedules. Equipment has been ordered, however, due to the size of the generators, the delivery date is June of 2023. Items number 23 is the Johnston unit project to install air conditioning systems B1, B2, B3, pods 1 through 9. This project is currently 1% complete. The contractor is working on submittals and schedules. AC equipment has been ordered with no delivery date reported at this time. Item number 24 is the Ramsey unit Region 3 training building. A notice to proceed was pending but has now been issued. This project is 1% complete. The contractor is working on submittals to move forward with this project, and a pre-construction meeting will be held on September 1, 2022. This concludes my project status updates. I stand by for any questions you may have.
In your report, you have 2% complete, but it's actually 4% complete is what you're telling us?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
I have a question for number 16.
16.
The water treatment project, I know it's still on the design stage only, but when you have a chance, please let me know where the water is coming from. Is it from the city water, or are you digging a well? I would very much appreciate being kept posted on that project.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hudson, I understand you have one more report for us.
Yes, sir.
If you're ready, please proceed.
All right. Today at the regular session, I will be presenting one project. This project for consideration is to install air conditioning system, building A dorms, housing intake beds at the GIST unit. The work will consist of installing 4 new 30-ton HVAC units and will include all necessary ductwork and electrical. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency. The new units will also be connected to the emergency generator backup power. 3 bids were received for this project in June of 2022. If approved, the work will be performed by Industrial Commercial Mechanical, LLC out of Beaumont, Texas. Total estimated program cost is $1,204,800. Construction duration is 297 days. The current age of the equipment is 27 years old. It currently only provides heating and fan ventilation for 32,000 square foot of space. If approved, this will be able to have AC and heating for that location both. End of my report. I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. There being no further business, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
There being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Financial Operations Committee is now adjourned. It is 10:01 a.m.
Do what? It's just ridiculous. No, I can do it. But thank you. Okay, yes it is. The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Audit and Review Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 10:02 a.m. and 101 degrees. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes? Hearing none, the minutes as presented will stand approved. The next item on the agenda is a review of the internal audit report. The Director of Internal Audit and the man with one of the snappiest hairstyles at TBCJ, Mr. Chris Cerrito, will be presenting today. Get a little warmer.
It's always fun. Good morning, Judge Francis, members, Mr. Collier. I have multiple updates to the Internal Audit Division status report in your packet. That first update will be on page 2. Project 2104 is now a draft report. I'll pause and let you get to it. Project 2201 is in report writing. Project 2202 is in report writing. Project 2206 is now a final report that was distributed to you this morning. Project 2208 is now in report writing. That concludes the updates to the status report, and I will pause for any questions.
Hearing no questions, you have another presentation, Mr. Cerrito.
Yes, I do. So this year we are doing a video on the internal audit fiscal year 23 proposed annual audit plan. It will begin with an introduction of our staff. These are the people that make all of it look easy, make our office look good. And I like to take this opportunity every year to let you get to know them a little bit. And then we have on the video also, we will take you through the proposed plan, and I will pause afterwards for any questions. I would now like to take a moment to introduce you to all of our internal audit staff.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Kirsch, audit professional. My bachelor's is in psychology from Sam Houston State University. I began my career with the agency in business and finance 6 years ago, and have spent the last 3 years here in internal audit and look forward to many more.
Hi, I'm Stacey Gay. I'm a senior auditing professional here at the Internal Audit Division. I've been auditing almost 20 years, with 12 of those right here in the agency. I have a Bachelor of Science in Psychology with a minor in Criminal Justice. I'm also a certified government auditing professional.
Hello, my name is Salomé Salasad. I've been with the Internal Audit Division for about a year now. Before that, I started with the Reentry and Integration Division for about 2 years. I have bachelor's degrees in both criminal justice and psychology, as well as a master's degree in criminal justice.
Hello, my name is Robert Harrelson. I'm a lead audit professional with Internal Audit. I have 4 years of auditing experience to include 2 years with Internal Audit. Overall, I have 24 years of experience with the TBCJ to include stints at the Rehabilitation Programs Division, Business and Finance Division, and Information Technology Division. I earned a Bachelor's of Business Administration and Finance from Sam Houston State University.
My name is Oluwajoba Omishakin. I am a Staff Auditor 3 with the Internal Audit Division. I have a year experience with the Internal Audit Division. Prior to joining the Internal Audit Division, I worked as a Correctional Officer in the unit for 6 years and a year as a Correctional Training Instructor at the Academy. I have a Bachelor's in Communications and a Master's degree from Sam Houston State University in Communication Studies. In total, I have about 8 years of service working with the agency.
Hi, my name is Tyler Cook. I'm an audit project manager here with Internal Audit. I've been with the office since 2014, and I have been with the agency since 2011. I'm a certified internal auditor, as well as certification in risk management assurance, and I also have a bachelor's degree in accounting from Sam Houston State University.
Hello, I am Lourdes Ariza, audit professional. I hold a bachelor's degree of psychology from Sam Houston State University, and I have been working for the Internal Audit Division for 2.5 years.
Hi, my name is Kelly Perkins, CPA, Internal Auditor 4. I've been with the agency for 6 months. Prior to joining the agency, I spent nearly 15 years in public accounting, where I was an auditor of not-for-profits, for-profits, banks, employee benefit plans, and prepared tax returns for international clients. I have a bachelor's in accounting with a minor in finance from Sam Houston State University.
I'm Joseph Higgins, fraud specialist with the Internal Audit Division. I've been here for approximately 2 years, been doing fraud work for about 25 years. I'm a certified fraud examiner and Regent Emeritus for the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
My name is Courtney Cronkite. I previously worked as a teacher and patient health advocate outside of the agency. I am currently working as an internal staff auditor at Internal Audit, and I have been here for approximately 7 months. I have a bachelor's degree from Sam Houston State University in accounting.
My name is Carlos Davila. I'm an audit professional with 3 years of experience with the Internal Audit Division. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and a Master of Science in Criminal Justice Leadership and Management. Prior to coming to Internal Audit, I was a parole officer with the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, and I began my career as a correctional officer. I currently have a little over 13 years of agency experience.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Bailey. I'm a management analyst. I've been with the state of Texas for 11 and a half years and with Internal Audit for 8 months. Prior to coming to Internal Audit, I worked for information technology as a business analyst, state counsel for offenders as a legal assistant and supervisor, and correctional institutions division as an administrative assistant and inmate time management. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminal justice leadership and management.
My name is Andrew Kruger. I'm a senior auditing professional with the Internal Audit Division. I've been here for approximately 4 years. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Texas at San Antonio. I started with TBCJ in 2007, and I've held positions as an institutional parole officer, correctional officer, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and major on units in Region 3 and 4, as well as correctional training.
Hello, my name is Annabelle Rodriguez, and I am a lead staff auditor with the Internal Audit Division. I have approximately 7 years of experience with the agency, 2 of which have been here with the Internal Audit Division. Prior to becoming an auditor, I held administrative roles within the Rehabilitation Programs Division and the Administrative Review and Risk Management Division. I currently hold 2 Bachelor of Arts degrees from Sam Houston State University, 1 in Criminal Justice and 1 in Spanish, both received with highest honors from the Honors College at Sam Houston State University. I also currently hold a Master of Arts in Communication Studies also from Sam Houston State University. I am also a certified Spanish interpreter for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Hello, my name is Aaron Dean, Staff Services Officer for the Internal Audit Division. I've worked for nearly 10 years for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. A majority of that time was spent in the Business and Finance Division. I recently joined the Internal Audit in June of 2022. I hold a bachelor's degree in Communication Studies from Sam Houston State University.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Jeffcoat, and I'm an audit manager. I have a Bachelor of Business Administration in Accounting and 18 years of auditing experience. I'm also a certified internal auditor and a certified government auditing professional. I started working for the Internal Audit Division in 2004. I now have a total of 18 years with both Internal Audit and the agency.
My name is Cheryl Foreman, and I'm an audit manager. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a Juris Doctor. I'm also a certified internal auditor, and I have a certification in risk management assurance. I have almost 10 years of experience with the agency and with the Internal Audit Division.
My name is Christy Bailey. I'm an audit manager with 21 years of experience with the state, 18 of that with the Internal Audit Division. I have a bachelor's degree in journalism advertising. I'm also a certified internal auditor and a certified government auditing professional.
Hi, I'm Renee Russell, and I am the Deputy Chief Audit Executive for the Internal Audit Division. I hold a bachelor's degree from Sam Houston State University. I am a certified internal auditor, a certified government auditing professional, and I have 18 years of service with the state, 16 of which are with the Internal Audit Division. In my role, I oversee all of the audits, consultations, walkthroughs, and follow-ups conducted by our division, as well as the ongoing risk assessment for the agency, the Windham School District, and the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Hello, I am Amanda Regulus, and I am the Executive Assistant for the Internal Audit Division. I began my career with the agency as a CO, and then I transitioned over into the administrative side in the CID division, then to ARM, and then RPD. Landed here about a year and a half ago.
We will now transition to the presentation of the proposed fiscal year 2023 annual audit plan. Project 2301, Corrections Information Technology System Consultation. At the close of the 87th legislative session, the TDCJ was appropriated $24.2 million in funding for fiscal years 22 and 23 to modernize the current legacy mainframe system. We will assist management by providing non-audit advisory services during the course of this project. At the request of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Chairman, this consultation will include an additional focus on information system security. 2302, Parole Division Workforce Culture. Corporate culture shapes attitudes and behaviors in wide-ranging and durable ways. Cultural norms within an agency define what is encouraged, discouraged, accepted, or rejected within an agency and can have a positive influence on performance. Culture is driven primarily by the tone at the top, and Agency Personnel Directive 10, Workforce Diversity, lists agency goals which would support a positive culture. The objective of this project is to evaluate the effectiveness of Parole Division efforts to achieve the goals listed in Personnel Directive 10 and support positive division culture. 2303, Mental Health Assessments. A mental health evaluation is an assessment of an inmate's presenting problem to formulate a diagnostic impression and determination of treatment and intervention needs. This includes documentation of historical information such as mental health treatment and psychosocial background. It also includes a current mental status exam and suicide risk assessment. Psychometric testing may be conducted to assess personality, intellectual ability, and coping abilities. Based on these assessments, various treatments will be prescribed for the inmate by a qualified mental health provider. The objective of this project is to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to ensure mental health assessments occur as required and treatments prescribed by the provider are delivered to the inmate. 2304, Inmate Releasing. During the COVID-19 global pandemic, the agency transitioned to a decentralized releasing process in which certain inmates releasing to parole supervision may be released from their unit of assignment rather than transported to a centralized releasing location. The objective of this project is to evaluate the efficiency of inmate release processing from correctional facilities. 2305, Inmate Transport Vehicles. The agency conducts scheduled transports of inmates for a variety of reasons to include intake from county facilities, off-site medical appointments, housing movements, etc. The Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division is responsible for overseeing scheduled inmate transports as well as the procurement and repair of all agency vehicles. The objective of this project is to evaluate the effectiveness of efforts to repair and maintain transport vehicles. 2306, Structural Integrity of Secure Facilities. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice operates 88 secure correctional facilities which were constructed between approximately 27 and 173 years ago. The Facilities Division is tasked with maintaining and repairing the facilities to support the safe and secure operation of the units. The objective of this project is to determine the effectiveness of efforts to identify and correct structural deficiencies impacting the security of correctional facilities. 2307, Criminal Case Disposition. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice created the Office of the Inspector General to serve as the primary law enforcement and investigative entity of the agency. OIG investigators are certified peace officers and licensed by the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. The OIG investigates allegations of criminal activity and misconduct that have an impact on TDCJ programs, personnel, and resources, and subsequently refers cases to the appropriate prosecuting authority for consideration. The objective of this project is to determine the effectiveness of processes to render a disposition for criminal cases in which an investigation supports the pursuit of criminal charges. 2308, Accounts Payable. The agency's Accounts Payable section is organized under the Accounting and Business Services Department of the Business and Finance Division and is responsible for processing payments in compliance with federal, state, and agency rules and regulations. The objective of this project is to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to pay vendors for goods or services received. 2309, Investigation of Sexual Assault Allegations. When an allegation of inmate sexual assault or sexual harassment is reported on a correctional facility, it is investigated at the unit level by trained PREA investigators and documented electronically in the Safe Prisons PREA automated network system. The completed investigation is subsequently reviewed by the Safe Prisons PREA Management Office for compliance and appropriateness of the investigative outcome. The PREA Ombudsman Office then reviews investigations for compliance with applicable standards. The objective of this project is to determine the effectiveness of efforts to investigate sexual abuse and sexual harassment of inmates in correctional facilities. 2310, Case Summaries. Institutional parole officers, also known as IPOs, are agents of the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles responsible for preparing inmate information for consideration by the board when an inmate becomes eligible for release to parole or mandatory supervision. An IPO's primary responsibility during the parole review process is the completion of a detailed case summary, which is a comprehensive review of an inmate's criminal history as well as behavior prior to and during incarceration. The objective of this project is to evaluate the efficiency of processes to create case summaries. 2311, Emerging Risks. In an effort to be responsible to ever-changing risk, we have set aside hours to conduct audits of topics within the TBCJ, the Windham School District, and/or the Board of Pardons and Paroles as needed. 2312, Walkthroughs. Conducting walkthroughs of functional areas enables the Internal Audit Division to update our risk analysis on a regular basis and ensures attention to those areas of the agency that would not otherwise be reviewed. 2313, Action Plan Follow-Up and Tracking. We track implementation of audit recommendation action plans on an ongoing basis and determine if or when implementation verification is required. That concludes this morning's presentation. I am available if you have any questions.
Mr. Cerrito. All right.
Diversity of backgrounds and experience of your staff. It's always really interesting to get to meet them. Thank you for letting us know more about them.
Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Cerrito, do we have adequate resources?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Has anyone impeded our access to any aspect of the agency?
No, ma'am. We're granted access to everything we need at all times.
Okay. Thank you very much. There being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Audit and Review Committee is now adjourned. It is now 10:20. And really hot. Healthcare. Oh. Surprise, surprise. Oh, you're so nice. Oh, here we go.
The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Healthcare Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 10:22. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. Our next item on the agenda is a report from the presiding chair of the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee Director of Health Services, Dr. Lynette Linthicum, and Presiding Chair of the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee, Dr. Robert Greenberg, will be presenting today. Dr. Linthicum and Dr. Greenberg, please join us at the podium.
Good morning. Chairman O'Daniel, Good morning, Chairman O'Daniel, members of the board, Mr. Collier, Mr. Mendoza. The Correctional Managed Healthcare Partners are very pleased to be before the board today. It's been a long time. I have with me today many of my colleagues from the university that we would like to take the opportunity to introduce to the board. And then I will introduce our presiding chair. When I call your name, please stand so the board can see who you are. We'll begin with Dr. Denise DeShields. Denise DeShields is the Executive Medical Director for Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. She received her bachelor's degree from Swarthmore College and graduated from Tufts University School of Medicine. She did her training in the Department of Primary Care as an active duty captain in the United States Army at William Beaumont Medical Center in El Paso, Texas. Dr. DeShields has been working for Texas Tech Correctional Managed Healthcare for more than 26 years, and in her current capacity as the Texas Tech Executive Medical Director for 18 years. I would also like to add that Dr. DeShields has provided direct patient care services at the Sanchez unit throughout her career in TBCJ. Thank you, Dr. DeShields. Our next medical director is Dr. Owen Murray. Owen, would you stand? Dr. Murray holds the title of Vice President of Offender Health Services for the University of Texas Medical Branch Correctional Managed Healthcare Program. Dr. Murray is responsible for ensuring the provision of all medical, mental health, and dental services for about 100,000 inmates in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. He oversees a staff of approximately 3,800 UTMB CMC healthcare and clinical support employees. UTMB operates the healthcare operations at about 85 TBCJ units. Dr. Murray also holds an appointment as an assistant professor in the Department of Preventive Medicine and Community Health at UTMB. After earning a bachelor's degree from Boston College in 1983, Dr. Murray graduated from the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine in 1988. He completed a residency in family medicine at Michigan State University in 1991, and he earned an MBA from the University of Houston Clear Lake in 1999. He is board certified by the American Board of Family Medicine, and he is certified also as a correctional health professional by the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. Dr. Murray has more than 30 years of experience in correctional health care. Before joining UTMB as the medical director of its correctional managed care program in 1995, he provided physician care and leadership at a division of Chicago's Cook County Jail and several correctional facilities operated by the Illinois Department of Correction. Our main speaker today will be Dr. Joseph Penn. Dr. Penn, would you stand? Dr. Penn is a clinical professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Texas Medical Branch. He has more than 20 years of correctional health care experience. He is the director of mental health services for UTMB Correctional Managed Care. Dr. Penn received his medical degree from UTMB School of Medicine. He completed a residency and chief residency in psychiatry and a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Brown University in Rhode Island. He completed additional fellowships in forensic psychiatry at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. He returned to his home state of Texas in 2008, and he now is a long-term resident with us. Dr. Penn is bilingual and bicultural. He is triple board certified in general, child and adolescent, and forensic psychiatry. He serves as the board liaison from the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law to the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. He is the immediate past chair of the National Commission on Correctional Health Care Board of Directors. He is also a past chair of the American Psychiatric Association Council of Children, Adolescents, and Their Families. Dr. Penn is a past president also of the Texas Society of Psychiatric Physicians and is the president of the Titus Harris Society. Thank you, Dr. Penn. And now for our presiding chair, Dr. Bobby Greenberg. Dr. Greenberg is the Vice President and Chief Medical Officer of Emergency Services at Baylor Scott & White Health Central Texas. He is a past president and member of the Texas College of Emergency Physicians, a member of the Texas Medical Association, and a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. Additionally, he is a board member, past president, and volunteer physician at the Temple Community Clinic. Dr. Greenberg received a Bachelor's of Science in Medical Technology from Northeast Louisiana University and a Doctor of Medicine from Louisiana State University Medical Center Shreveport, and completed his residency in emergency medicine at the University of Cincinnati. Dr. Greenberg was appointed as the presiding chair of the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee by Governor Greg Abbott in May of 2020 for a term to expire in February of 2021, and subsequently he was reappointed by Governor Abbott to his current term, which expires in February of 2025. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Greenberg, followed by Dr. Penn. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. L. Appreciate it. Members of the board, Mr. Chair, or Dr. Chair, and those 3 months or so before 2021, that's because you moved up, so I appreciate it. I know y'all are off schedule a little bit. I'll try to go quickly. As an ER doc, I should be able to do that. I'm going to wait. You're going to have to wait in the waiting room 4 hours first, though, okay? But, so, sorry, little ER humor. Following up, though, on Dr. Linthicum's introduction, if my math is right, that's over a century of experience between the physicians she just introduced. And that is just amazing, the amount of experience you have amongst your medical leaders to direct the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee, or Healthcare Program. And I'm actually honored to chair that committee and to work with everybody here. You know about the great work they're doing from the tour yesterday. In fact, that could almost be my report, is the tour that you went on yesterday, because you saw everything that they do in action, and then you recreate that multiple times across the system. So it is amazing, the passion of the people involved and the expertise involved. I think it would be very easy to have a system where you had a revolving door, but you have exactly the opposite of that. And actually I'll jump to the end, probably the biggest risk we have is they could all leave at once. So they are around the same age, so that is the biggest risk. Anyway, let me jump into what you have before you for the report from the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee. I believe I did something similar to this on Zoom about 1.5 years ago, and of course it's a Zoom meeting, so our recollection of that is not as good as a meeting like this. So I'm going to jump on into it, if you can jump to the next. So just to remind everybody, the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee is partially appointed by the governor, and other slots are appointed by the presiding officers at the institutions. The Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee has oversight for the program. I didn't do nothing. Oversight for the program, which is implemented by Texas Tech University, UTMB, and then directed by Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Dr. Linthicum's group. And I have to say, they work together very well. Again, I'm new to the committee, and just watching them work, it's clear they like each other, it's clear they respect each other, and that goes a huge amount in providing care to the inmates. As you can see, the statutory authority for the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee is in Chapter 501. I'm assuming y'all have this in front of you. Okay, because that is hard to read. There's a lot on the slide. I apologize for that. But the committee itself is in statute. And again, some of the members are appointed by the governor, some are appointed by their institution. It is meant to reflect the composition of correctional managed health care program because they're representatives from each of the entities, plus from the other medical schools to help provide some oversight. And then myself, I'm unassociated with either medical schools or the Department of Corrections, and as a physician was appointed as the chair. So specifically who is currently on our committee, and I will tell you, we've had a fair amount of turnover, which is probably just a reflection of what's going on in our society now. I am the presiding officer, been there for 2 years. We actually have several new members, one of which who was just appointed, and she hasn't even yet gone through her orientation, but she should be at our meeting in September. Go back, please. So appointed by the governor or myself, another public member, Dr. Edwards, who is from El Paso, then Dr. Heiner, who is from Houston. Those are 2 medical schools that are also on the committee, non-affiliated medical schools, not part of the Correctional Managed Healthcare Program. And then Dr. Burris, who is listed as a mental health authority. Dr. Burris actually went on a tour with me at Montford last month. So I was in Lubbock and was lucky enough to be able to take a tour of Montford. Also a very impressive facility. Also very impressive dedicated staff with long tenures who are passionate about providing care. So again, what you saw yesterday, I do not think is a one-off. I think that is a reflection of the program. Additionally on the committee, Dr. Lithicum, Dr. Kaiser, who represents UTMB, then Dr. Jumper, who represents Texas Tech, and then ex officio is Michelle Irwin, who represents the Office of Medicaid. That's a non-voting member. There's 9 voting members and 1 non-voting members. And when we looked at this committee at our last meeting, if you add everybody up but Dr. L, she still has more experience on the committee than all of us added together. So she is a great asset to the program. So the new members that were just appointed, again, Dr. Heiner is a internal medicine and geriatric specialist from UT Houston. She has been to 1 meeting. Also, Dr. Edwards, who is in El Paso, who does internal medicine and psychiatry. He was at our last meeting. And then Ms. Coons, who is retired from a career in marketing, she will be at our next meeting. So we have a lot of new members. And as you know, it takes a while to learn all the ins and outs of this system, and I'll be glad if that ever occurs for me, because after 2 years, I'm still learning something every day. So the meetings that we have had, you can see on here at each of our meetings, which are quarterly, now in Conroe, and we did change all of them to be in Conroe to decrease the travel for staff, to decrease the cost to TBCJ, and for some consistency. At each of our quarterly meetings, we go over the usual consent agenda, which looks at the finances, the medical director reports, just an overview of the program. We look at any deficiencies that there are throughout the system and corrective action plans. But we also generally have, we do have a guest speaker each time to go over a very specific part of the program. So back in September, Mr. Steffa, who you know, came and gave us a financial overview. We heard about the TACAMI program, which has to do with mental health and people that have medical needs, special medical needs. And then we did a review of all the health services plan. In December, the focus was at that point on a very expensive medication for diabetes, which if you watch TV in the evenings, you've seen lots of commercials for, which means it's expensive and new. But they are good medications, but they have very specific indications. And in order to make sure to do the balance of saving money and making sure we're good stewards of the money, and making sure that we're providing the appropriate care, which we were bound to do through law, the committee reviewed the presentation from the pharmacy department about who would be appropriate to be put on these medications. so that the inmates that need the medication get it, but we don't have overprescribing and increased additional cost. Because as you know, drugs are such a huge cost in a healthcare environment. In March, Dr. Ojo, who you met yesterday, gave us a very colorful presentation because that's Dr. Ojo. And his topic was not quite as sexy. It was actually about morbidity and mortality. So in lay terms, that means inmates that die and inmates that have complications. So he gave us an overview of the program that looks to assure the quality of care to the inmates, to make sure that there are not any deaths that could have been avoided, and that if there are complications, those are addressed appropriately just across, even if it does not result in death. And then finally, we had an overview in June about the electronic health record, it's called Parole. And yesterday on the tour, as you were walking through, you probably didn't notice it, but on all of the screens was a proprietary health record, which I actually use in my practice. And my question was, how does it interface with Parole? And there are interfaces, are ways to make sure of that. And that's critically important when you have a population that moves around and a population that gets admitted then goes back to their unit. How do you make sure that you maintain the quality of care, they get the right medications? So that's incredibly important. And Parole is a pretty impressive EHR. Like all, EHR is electronic health record. Like all electronic health records, it could be better. And like all electronic health records, you'll hear that the doctors and the nurses hate it because it's basically the same thing as paperwork. So we're gonna hate it. But I think it's a very good one to hate, which is the same as what UTMB has. They have a very good medical record to hate. So the care that can be provided to the inmates is not restricted. In fact, it should be enhanced by that electronic medical record. Then at our next meeting coming up next month, there will be a presentation. I asked if the joint medical directors could take a look at the website at our missions, values, and core goals to make sure that those are up to date, make sure they reflect what we are doing, and we'll hear a report on that at the next meeting. And with that, I've completed my report, and I'll open it up for any questions.
Let me just say first, Dr. Greenberg, thank you very much for being here and for your report. And like you said, as an emergency room physician, it was very short without the waiting room. I appreciate that. But I want to be clear that I want closer collaboration between the board and your committee, which is why Dr. Burrow is here on the board. I had to twist his arm pretty hard to get him here on the board, but I'm very grateful he is here because it has been many years indeed. I'm not sure if we've had a physician presence on the board, and he too is sending a signal of how important what you do is to us here on the board, because as I told Dr. Lithicum yesterday, my well of ignorance when it comes to healthcare is bottomless. And so I need Dr. Burrow to help me and Dr. Lithicum to help me to understand the challenges facing all of you. And a third signal, if I haven't been clear enough, is that our meeting here in Galveston today is because of you. Because of you, Dr. Lithicum, and because of your staff. I want to drive home the point that you are incredibly important to what TBCJ does. And it is an honor for us to have you here today at this meeting. And I am very blessed that you are here. And I so much appreciate what you do for us day to day and year to year. Yours is a towering presence and career that anyone would be proud of. And that is why we are here today. That is why Dr. Burrow is here. That is why I want closer collaboration with you. And I just want to say, Dr. Lithicum and Dr. Greenberg, thank you.
Thank you.
Question, please. Just to reiterate, Dr. Greenberg, everything Chairman O'Daniel said, and Dr. DeShields, Dr. Murray, we appreciate your team so much. And Dr. Linthicum could not do this without your leadership. Dr. Greenberg, we appreciate you here. all of the teams, and the data will bear this out, responded just phenomenally during the COVID crisis. And we could not have had better people in place. No one responded as well as y'all did in the country. And we appreciate you, the state appreciates you. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Just amplify a little bit on your last comment. I've mentioned this privately to Dr. L. I mentioned it privately to Dr. Greenberg, Dr. Murray, and others when we were visiting the facilities yesterday. But I know we're running over time, but I don't think we can overstate what Dr. Burrow just alluded to in terms of the response from our Health Services Division under the leadership of Dr. L. and of the Correctional Managed Healthcare Committee to the COVID pandemic. Literally, our Health Services Division was in communication with the committee at the end of January of 2020, long before the first reported case of COVID infection was present in Texas, much less in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice system. And the response, the proactive nature of the coordinated response paid unbelievable dividends in terms of mitigating the damage that this tremendous COVID pandemic had on our system, its population, our employees, our staff. We lost way too many on all levels in the COVID pandemic, but anyone who looks at the numbers in terms of the response and the efforts to mitigate the level of death that occurred in the system as a result of COVID infection, any fair-minded person can and should recognize the effort that took place. And it wouldn't have that result wouldn't have occurred but for the level of proactivity and coordination among the various stakeholders. And this is not something that just, Dr. Burrow or the chair or myself recognizes. This has been recognized throughout our community. It's been recognized throughout the court system, specifically, that has recognized, because as with any issue that arises like this, there are going to be people who criticize, there are going to be people who say that the stakeholders are not doing enough. But the fact that the stakeholders in this instance acted as proactively as they did and effectively as they did has been recognized, has been memorialized in many places, including in court decisions that will live on throughout history. So I'm sorry, Dr. Burrow, to take up the time, but I just don't think we can overstate. We cannot overstate the level of coordination and positive work that led to that outcome. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Nichols. Thank you, Dr. Greenberg.
Sure, and to follow up on that, TDCJ did better than the free world throughout the pandemic. And again, the Correctional Managed Healthcare Department led that, but at the same time, you couldn't do it without the rest. You couldn't do it without the officers because it had so much to do with moving people around and isolating people and having resources. So just a great collaboration throughout TDCJ. And I'm actually proud to now be part of it.
I agree with everything that has been said before me, but I still have a question. Where is the meeting on September 14?
It's in Conroe.
Conroe.
We moved all of our meetings to Conroe.
Okay, and it's open to public, right?
It is.
Okay,
Opens Meeting Act, it is open to the public.
Thank you.
Yeah, we moved all the meetings to Conroe to make them more efficient, to decrease the travel for TDCJ, and to save money.
Thanks.
Now, seeing what we did yesterday and everything else, we may consider moving it every now and then and include a tour of some facilities in the future, but we'll have to plan that out ahead of time. All right, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is an update on the mental health programs. The University of Texas Medical Branch Chief Psychiatrist and Director of Mental Health Services, Dr. Joseph Penn, will be presenting today. Dr. Penn, thank you for joining us at the podium.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairman O'Daniel, Mr. Collier, respected board members. Thank you all for your, first of all, you all are thanking us, but we want to thank you for your time and commitment. My name is Joseph Penn, and I actually, in medical school, rotated at Hospital Galveston, so it brings back memories being on call after hours and doing medicine and surgery rotations and mental health rotations there. So I just want to give a thank you to Dr. Lithicum for that kind introduction and all her amazing work. And lastly, before I jump in, I want to thank Dr. Owen Murray, because but for him and for Dr. Ben Raymer, I would not be here. I would still be in Rhode Island. I'm a native Texan, contrary to popular belief. Grew up in San Antonio, Tex-Mex. My mom was from Mexico. My dad was American, gringo. And so I'm proud that I cut my teeth in corrections in Rhode Island for 10 years, and then Dr. Murray and Dr. Raymer recruited me back to Texas, and it's 15 years later. I'm very glad to be back, so thank you, Dr. Murray. Could I please have the first slide? So the three pillars that we have in behavioral health or mental health services across the state, whether it be UTMB or Texas Tech, the three pillars are comprehensive health care. It's a multidisciplinary team. It's not just all psychiatrists. It's not just social workers. It's a multidisciplinary team, including case management, mental health, working collaboratively and collegially with medical, mental health, and most importantly, with custody staff. Number two is our care, access to care is timely. And I'm going to say more about how that works in the real world when someone comes into TBCJ or goes out on a bench ward and comes back, or alternatively, when they're about to leave TBCJ. But it's all about timely access to care. And lastly, continuity of care. It's not a one and you're done. It's not just when they hit the door. Throughout the time they're incarcerated, whether it be months, years, or life sentences, we provide access to care, continuity of care throughout their incarceration. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they have a serious mental illness. Somebody could just be having a situational issue, a family, a relational issue, a conflict with their cellmate, their cellie. We provide access to care and continuity of care regardless of what the situational stress or conflict is. Next slide, please. So again, we provide this full range, and I'm going to brag on our mental health staff, but we have mental health staff across the state at close to 100 prison units, and I would say we have become the state hospital for Texas. We provide the same, if not more, access to care than many of the state hospital systems, which has now become more of a forensic unit with competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity. We provide access to care for a lot of folks, and they don't necessarily have to have one of the big three diagnoses, and I'll say more about that in a second. But look at that number. That number is staggering. We provide currently, and this is as of August 16, 123,000 inmates across the state. So it doesn't matter. They can come and access health care. All they have to do is submit a sick call request or tell custody, I want to see mental health, or let nursing or medical know. We provide crisis management services, and I'll say more about that in a second, and on-call after hours, 24/7. So we always have a psychiatrist or psych NP or psych PA available by phone after hours and weekends. And it's not just calling and getting the doctor's answering service or saying go to your local emergency room. No disrespect to my colleague, physicians, but that's what the go-to is in the free world. But in our system, you have access to a healthcare professional, mental health by phone, 24/7. Next slide, please. So when individual, and I've already made this point, it can be upon request or referral, and I will add nursing or medical can also initiate referrals. Our PREA coordinators, and I'll say more about that, but anyone, custody can say, hey, something's not right with this man or woman, we'd like mental health to see them. So anyone can generate a referral. Frankly, we can have family members pick up the phone and call TBCJ Health Services and say my loved one needs A, B, or C, or they're not getting the care that they need, and we will see them. The next three slides are busy, and I apologize. The first two are UTMB, and the last one is our colleague Texas Tech. But the first slide, please. This, and I apologize, go back. I'm so sorry. That should be July of 2022. So that's a typo. I don't know what happened. I apologize. I'll take the sword on that one. But it should be July of 2022. So these are current as of July of 2022. Next slide, please. And again, this is handles males and females, youthful offenders, individuals with developmental disabilities, death row. I'm probably forgetting one, Dr. L. I think. And thank you. And special needs. Thank you. Next slide, please. So again, when an individual comes in on chain from the county jail, let's say that they're identified to be acting strange or bizarre or disorganized or psychotic, we can fast track them. So we have an intake assessment process where custody does their thing, classification, all that. Nursing will do an assessment, and then medical. But we have the capability for that individual, if needed, to be sent immediately to one of our inpatient facilities. So if someone comes in hot, if you will, and they're psychotic and delusional, we can fast track them to inpatient. And I will say in the free world, good luck with that. That doesn't happen. You'd have to sit in an emergency room for hours or days to get into an inpatient bed. We do outpatient care, and this is where we use technology, and I'm going to say more about our telemedicine and telepsychiatry in just a little bit. Obviously, a lot of our folks come to us on mental health, on psych meds, psychotropic meds. We continue individuals on the psych meds that they've been prescribed for up to 30 days, and then one of our psychiatry staff will see them and look at the risk-benefit ratio and then identify, is that the right medicine? Should we make adjustments? And I can say more if there's questions about that. We have a formulary, obviously, but we do continue psych meds when they come in from county. I think some people allege or say that, oh yeah, TBCJ, that y'all just stop all their meds. That's not the case. We continue their medications. We bridge them. We do what we need to do to make sure that there's continuity of care from county to state prison. The other thing we do is we have the ability to do psychological testing. If we think someone has intellectual impairments, personality disorder, they're malingering, they're faking, we have the ability to look for those sort of tests. We use those tests to look for that. We've also have the capability, we have bachelor's and master's level staff at the unit that do individual and group therapy. Obviously during the COVID pandemic, doing group therapy was a challenge, but we still made it happen. So I'm proud to report, I'm a huge believer and huge advocate for group therapy. It's very effective and very cost effective to boot. And then I want to give a kudos and shout out to Mr. Collier and TDCJ, Mr. Mendoza leadership, that rather than waiting to get sued in federal court, which a lot of states have, like California, Arizona, Alabama, just to name a few, they were proactive and they developed the mental health therapeutic diversion programs to get folks that have mental illness out of restrictive housing and to move them over to a special designated therapeutic diversion program to help them. I'll say more about that in a second. Next slide, please. I would say if y'all get nothing else from me today, this is probably one of the most important pieces, is helping educate the patient, and I'm being careful when I'm saying my words here. They may be an inmate, they may be an incarcerated individual, but we refer to them as patients. And so we do psychoeducation. We have patients that come in that maybe had no mental health issues. They come into TDCJ and now they start talking about trauma, PTSD, or alternatively they have a first break and they develop schizophrenia. They need to know their illness, or bipolar. They need to know what the illness is, what the prognosis is, what the treatments, and all that. So we spend a lot of time with those building blocks, if you will, educating them about their illness and how they can accept responsibility, taking your medications, going for the appointments, getting the blood work done. Those are not easy tasks to do, much less during COVID. The other thing I'm very proud of, we have case management service similar to if you were in the community and you had a serious mental illness, you would have a case manager following you, coming to your home, make sure you go into your appointments. We do the same thing for a select group of individuals in our system where we go and see them regardless of where they're housed. We go and follow them and figure out why aren't you coming to your appointments and how is their grooming, their hygiene, what does their cell look like? Those activities of daily living, ADLs, we look at that. And so we have a very intensive case management program. And again, kudos to our staff because they're going cell side and they're getting body fluid thrown at them. They're getting yelled at, screamed at, profanities exposed, people, you name it, and they're going cell side and they're doing it along with our correctional staff colleagues. So I just want to give kudos to our mental health staff. The other thing, obviously, in corrections, one of the biggest risk factors, big public health issue with morbidity and mortality is suicide and self-harm. So we are very proactive to do mental health assessments, suicide risk assessments, and then violence risk assessments. They're not forensic, say what you would use in a courtroom with an expert witness, but they're more clinical. And so we are constantly looking. Thanks to Dr. L's leadership, we have partnerships through the American Correctional Association, through the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare, and through NIC, the National Institute of Corrections. What are best practices in the field? And it's not just Texas. Every system in the country is trying to figure out what to do about jail and prison suicides or serious suicide attempts. And then lastly, PREA, Prison Rape Elimination Act. We will often have individuals that disclose sexual assault or sexual violence perpetrated against them before they were in corrections, and alternatively while they're incarcerated, and they can be fast-tracked again to mental health, and we will see them. And then also we may see the perpetrator too. So we're all about being compliant with the federal standard of PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act. Next slide. I'm going to zip it up here in the interest of time. Yes. So again, we have crisis management. Y'all may ask, what's crisis management? It could be anything. They're having a conflict with their cellmate, they're cutting, they're self-harming, they're threatening to hang themselves. We can fast track them to crisis management. If there's no beds available, they can be put on constant and direct observation by custody staff until a bed is available, which typically is a matter of same day or a few days. So we can really get people in to services quickly. I'm going to say more about DDP, the Developmental Disabilities Program, in a second. Let me just switch gears here a little bit. All three of the programs, Wayne-Scott, Skyview, and Montford, have the capability for neurocognitive disorders. It's very sad, but we have an aging patient population. So we're developing dementia, Alzheimer's, strokes, Parkinson, Huntington's, you name it, they have it. And so frontal lobe disorders. So we have the capability to do diagnostic evaluations and manage them, especially when they're aggressive or assaultive. So we have dedicated neurocognitive programs at all three of our inpatient facilities. On the UTMB sector side, I'm proud to report, I said a little bit about case management, the TARP, the Treatment and Relapse Prevention Program. That's an intensive case management program where we follow inmates. Even if they refuse psych meds, they refuse counseling, they refuse to go to their appointments, we're still following them and monitoring them and checking up on them and seeing how they're doing. And then on the Texas Tech side, they were the leaders in pioneering the BIMS, the Behavioral Integration Management System, which is kind of a clinical acuity rating system to figure out prioritization of needs. And so we're implementing that. That's currently in a pilot program, but we're doing it statewide, even though our colleagues in Texas Tech came up with the idea. Next slide. So again, we have some inmates that are on death row, and they can be there 10, 15, 20 plus years. We continue to provide mental health care to them. We help them through the life cycle when they're sitting waiting on their post-conviction relief efforts and such. So we continue to provide counseling and therapy to them. I'm proud to report a lot of people are not aware that we have intensive substance abuse treatment programs that county judges will send inmates to us kind of as a wake-up call, if you will, and they can go to a regular needs, which is 6 months, or special needs, which is 9 months, and the programs are listed there. And it's not just 12-step, AA, NA, that sort of thing. It's also if they have comorbid mental health or medical issues, we address those and treat those. So obviously we're very careful. We don't want to just give out benzodiazepines or Valium or Xanax or Klonopin. We have to be very careful because they are a dually diagnosed population. But we do provide mental health care, treatment, and psychiatric evaluations when needed to those patients. Lastly, and again, no disrespect to our colleagues down in TJJD, but we're starting to see more kids coming into the adult system. And so we have a youthful offender program for kids that are sentenced as youth, they're youth, but they're legally sentenced as adults to TBCJ. Next slide, please. And then again, and I want to give kudos to Mr. Williams, and I'm going to say more about this in a second. We have a weekend using telepsychiatry, using our existing and telepsychology, using the equipment that would just be sitting there idle, sitting in an office building. We do telemedicine and telepsych on weekends, and it helps out our colleagues in custody because we do a suicide risk assessment. Does this person need to stay on a suicide watch one-on-one? It ties up a correctional officer. So again, looking at funds and resources, but at the bottom of the day, we don't want a bad outcome. We want to prevent them from harming themselves, but if they're safe to come off the watch, then they're able to come off on a Saturday or Sunday after undergoing a mental health evaluation by a qualified mental health professional. And that's the program I mentioned, the constant direct observation, fancy word for one-on-one watch or suicide watch or 24-hour watch. We started it out in December of 2016, and we've expanded it to 22 facilities. Next slide. So let me just go through this very quickly. I think what we've identified that there are several risk factors when somebody might become suicidal, and I want to give kudos to Mr. Barbie, who's here, and he's the Director of Research for TBCJ, and that's kind of his passion, is trying to look and address it, suicide reduction, what we can do. But basically, when someone comes into TBCJ, two, when they get bad news or have something upsetting happen, but the other two things that are kind of more custody in nature are, one, they get a pre-hearing detention. They're found with a cell phone or contraband, or there are some alleged disciplinary. They're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose my job, I'm going to get more time. And so we do a suicide risk assessment right then and there, nursing if mental health is not available, but typically mental health will do it, and then the psychiatrist is always available on call. So they can be placed on a suicide watch, again, 24/7, if they go into pre-hearing detention. Similarly, if an individual gets it used to be called an OPI, Offender Protection Investigation, now it's Inmate Protection Investigation, but when they're cleared from that and say they're going back to their house or they're going back to their unit, we'll do an additional suicide risk assessment to say, to identify if they're still upset or distressed. Next slide, please. And I think I hit that already. Next slide. I'm going to try to zip through these in the interest of time. Okay, trauma. Trauma is probably the hottest thing that we're dealing with, addressing, whether it be juveniles, adults, especially females. Our females are overrepresented. I'm going to show you all some numbers in just a second, but our females, probably 4 to 1. The females are only about 10% of the TDCJ population, but with regard to mental health care, they're about 40% of our population. So they tend to access health care, mental health care in particular. So we're all about trauma-informed care. And then also vulnerable families. And if y'all haven't had a chance, I think the BAMBI, the Baby and Mother Bonding Initiative, is fantastic. But basically identifying mothers, helping break that cycle of kids going into child welfare, having to go place with another parent, but the mom gets to raise the kiddo in a group home setting and learn parenting skills and learn how to apply for a job and not lose their kids to the state care. So it's a phenomenal program. And we provide counseling and therapy. We have a licensed professional mental health staff that help with that. Next slide. And if needed, we could potentially do psychotropic meds to some of those moms, although we're very careful because of the risk of breastfeeding, could it pass to the fetus, in utero, or alternatively during breastfeeding to the baby, the newborn. And so we look at that very carefully. I think I've hit these programs enough. Basically, these are case management and also a way of identifying acuity rating scale. So I'm going to move on in the interest of time. Next slide. Thank you. Again, okay, so this is probably one of the most important slides. If you or I were to become suicidal or have a breakdown and end up in a psych hospital, you probably would be there for a matter of a few hours or days or weeks. At the most, probably a day or two. And your insurance company would probably deny care after day 1 or 2 unless if they're changing your medications. We have the capability within Wayne Scott, Skyview, and Montfort to keep people weeks, months, or years. And again, I get it, and I know there's some attorneys here. We need to be very careful. We want the least restrictive environment. So we want them, and a lot of them want to go back to their unit. But if they need that level of care, we keep them as long as they need to be at Wayne Scott, Skyview, or Montfort. The crisis management, which is typically the length of stay is 3 to 5 days. D&E, Diagnostic and Evaluation, that's when they come in. They could have been in crisis management, and then they go to Diagnostic and Evaluation for an additional 7 days. And they undergo a battery of tests, diagnostic interviews, and evaluations. Then they could be admitted to one of the treatment tracks, impulse control, like people that punch walls or break things or hit people, mood disorders like depression, bipolar, and such. Acute psychosis or psychotic disorder, say they have a first break of bipolar mania or there's schizophrenia or drug-induced psychosis, they could be admitted to one of those treatment tracks. Then if they're still not stable, we don't just kick them back to their unit. They could stay up there up to 90 days or longer if needed. So the point of this slide, if y'all get nothing else, is we provide care to the patient as opposed to some arbitrary cutoff score of no, you can only stay there 5 days and that's it. We have the flexibility. And then lastly, I would say our neurocognitive program, look at that length of stay, 730 days is the average length. So these are folks that are typically 60 plus, and I have to be careful because I'm getting there, but they're senior and they have neurocognitive disorders, and they camp out at our inpatient facilities for 700 plus days. So that's a challenge. So just wanted to share that with you. And then lastly, we again work with our custody colleague professionals in TDCJ. Once we discharge someone, let's say there's a delay because there's some COVID issue at the unit and the unit can't take them back, we continue to monitor them and make sure that they're getting their meds and they're stable. We don't just kick them out the door and say, have a nice life. Next slide. Next slide. I'm going to zip through this very quickly. This is one of probably the most burdensome tasks for our psychiatry staff at our inpatient units. We have some patients that come to TDCJ under very, very, very short lengths of stay, say 2 months, 6 months, 8 months. They've been in county for a big chunk of their time. They come into us and they're psychotic as all get out. And then so we can't just like, oh, well, you're end of sentence, you got to go, we're released. No. So we do a civil commitment. It involves 2 psychiatrists. It can't be an NP, it can't be a PA. They have to write an affidavit, it has to be notarized, they have to go to court and testify. So it's very burdensome. I'm going to show you the next slide, please. It has our numbers. And Skyview, you're obviously going to ask, well, why does Skyview have so many? Well, we have a tremendous working relationship there with the Cherokee County, which is in Rusk, Texas, with their courthouse. They hold court weekly. Guess what? Guess why? Because Rusk State Hospital's there. So we kind of piggybacked on that, and we're able to get people before the court and judge like within a week. And so we can do that. Unfortunately, and hopefully no one's here from Fort Bend County, but we have a length where we have to give them notice of 28 days. So that's why it's a challenge at Wayne Scott to get patients through the Fort Bend County Courthouse. They're kind of more averse. They kind of don't want our folks. So that's a challenge. And then Montford doesn't have as many civil commitments as UTMB does, but we're glad and happy to help them. Hopefully they increase their numbers soon. So anyways, next slide, please. Okay, I'm just going to hit the high points on this. It's really sad, a commentary, but we have a lot of individuals that end up in TDCJ that somehow, and again, no disrespect to their defense counsel, but they were never flagged as being not competent to stand trial. And so some of these have intellectual impairments, formerly known as mental retardation, borderline intellectual functioning, and we have a big chunk of these. Next slide. So we put them in a sheltered housing program, and this was one of the Ruiz mandates. Next slide, please. So it's basically male and female. We have one at the Hodge facility, which is right next to Skyview, and that holds about 600 males with intellectual impairments. And then the Valley Crane satellite, which is in Gatesville, and that holds about 100 females. And we're always kind of almost full with those. What it is they do evaluations, they do testing, IQ, adaptive skills, and other kind of testing to see, do they really have an intellectual impairment, or are they just kind of gaming the system because they want to go in there and kind of take advantage of other individuals? So we have to be very careful because that's a vulnerable population. Again, it's a sheltered housing. Next slide, please. And then we do the gamut. Thanks to Windham School Department, they get educational, they have chaplaincy, they have access to spiritual counseling and other programming, vocational, they have job and work assignments. So our goal is not just to have them sitting in their cell, but actually programming out of their cell, doing activities, meaningful activities, and maybe even teaching them life skills to where when they leave TDCJ, they might be functional in the community. Next slide. They get individual group case management. Some of them are on psychotropic meds. I will say this is not trying to chemically restrain them or make them zombify. No. These are individuals that have comorbid anxiety or depression or psychotic or impulse control. So we're very careful about psych med use with this vulnerable population. Next slide. Okay, so I told you a little bit about how great TDCJ did with getting ahead of the curve and not waiting until they were sued in federal court. But they've developed 3. It started out at the Hughes unit, the Mental Health Therapeutic Diversion Program. So these are for it used to be called ADSEG, Administrative Segregation, kind of the worst of the worst, aggressive, assaultive, violent, gang members, security threat groups, people that would kill someone without even blinking an eye. And so they may have a comorbid personality disorder, impulse control, or some other mental disorder. We refer them, they get involved and placed into one of these programs. And next slide, sorry. One's in Gatesville, that's the Hughes unit, started up in 2014. The other one was in the Michael unit, but that was recently changed. I'm going to say more about that in a second. So we have currently about 415 males there as of August 16 of this year. Next slide. And I'm sorry, go back. I apologize. I wanted to make the point that some of these folks are not ready. They're not really ready. And I'm not going to be simple here, but it's almost like they never really got past how not to have a temper tantrum or be aggressive or assaultive when you don't get your way. So it's not going to be a quick 3 to 6 to 9 month change. And some of them may not necessarily want to become active or aggressive in treatment. So they could be placed in the CMI, the chronically mentally ill program. So again, it's a sheltered housing. They're not back in ADSEG and restrictive housing. They're getting mental health treatment and services, and we're kind of waiting for their readiness to change. And then we move them into the MHTDP active treatment program. We have individual group, psychoed, case management, psychiatric evals, and medications. Next slide, please. I'm very proud, thanks to Dr. Lithicum and Mr. Collier and leaders in TDCJ. They didn't just think, and this may not make sense, but you would think, oh, the aggressive assaultive, that's just all males, right? No, no, no. It can actually be some of the females too. So they've developed and we've grown a program in Gatesville for our aggressive assaultive females with comorbid mental health issues. And it's at the Lane Murray facility. Next slide. So the good news is this is still kind of being ramped up. I think COVID slowed it down, but it has a capacity for 100 females. We currently have 28 are currently there. So again, we're growing this up, same identical to the male program. And then next slide, the Michael program got redesignated, and so it kind of broke off into 2 different MHTDPs, one at Connolly, Polunsky and Connolly. So basically, it's the identical program that was at Michael, similar to Hughes, is now at Connolly and Polunsky. And they're still kind of in the ramp-up phase, but they're going extremely well. Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide, sorry. Next one, please. Okay. I can't give short shrift to Texas Tech. They have similar CMI, chronically mentally ill. And that doesn't necessarily, that can be anything from personality disorders, impulse control, depression. That doesn't necessarily have to be a serious mental illness like schizophrenia, schizoaffective, or bipolar. So they have that on the Texas Tech side of the Bill Clements up in Amarillo. Next slide. They also have the PAMEO program, CMI is a chronically mentally ill, and that's the treatment program. And the other one, yes, next slide. And then the PAMEO is kind of something y'all have probably heard about, again, came through Ruiz. There's a lot of similarities between PAMEO and the MHTDP. These are the same patients. They're aggressive, they're assaultive, violent, they hit people and hurt people, but they also have a comorbid mental health issue. So PAMEO does a fantastic job of addressing these issues, and it's a level-based cognitive behavioral treatment program. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to close here with a couple of slides of how did we get through the pandemic. And I want to give kudos to Dr. Murray and his vision. We didn't just get into telemedicine and telepsychiatry during COVID, as many of our colleagues did. We've been doing this close to 20 years. We have statewide telemedicine, telepsychiatry. We have the ability to see anyone across the state. And here's some visual. I'm a visual person, so I have some slides here. Next slide. So the rationale, psychiatrists have become an endangered species, to be very frank. The psychiatrists that I try to recruit, I probably spend half my time trying to recruit psychiatrists. They want ginormous amounts of money. They want residents right out of training want $300,000 plus. And they don't know anything, no disrespect. So it takes them a long time to get correctionalized, to learn what you can and can't do within a correctional system. So that's our biggest challenge. And it's not even just psychiatry. I would say now with COVID, a lot of qualified mental health professionals want to have their nice cushy office doing telepsych from home as opposed to going into a TDCJ facility. So recruitment and retention has been a challenge. There's obviously safety issues. But the beauty of doing telemedicine is you're not putting that incarcerated individual on the road, the risk of escape and assault and what have you, so your transport and all that. And what I would say, and California kind of copied us, we have a hub model where we have like a group practice, psychiatrists, psychologists, psych PAs, psych NPs. They work in a corporate office building together, and they can curbside, they can discuss cases, and it helps with the medical board because in Texas, you still have to have oversight of NPs and PAs. So it's a way to have a delegated prescriptive authority and clinical supervision on site. So we do telepsych from these hubs. Again, it's a group model, and they love it because they can, they work hard, they can talk about cases, and they can consult with one another. Next slide, please. I think the other thing too is we don't just put the inmate in a room by themselves and then have the psychiatrist see them via telepsych. There's typically a presenter. It could be a unit staff member or even a mental health staff member, but in particular the developmental disabilities program, we utilize a mental health staff from the DDP program because the person may not understand, and then they can go back and reinforce. Now, what did the doctor tell you to do about your meds, and what do you need to do? So it can reinforce some of those learning concepts. The other thing is our medical record, we're able to assess compliance. So instead of them coming in being like, yeah, I'm taking my meds. No. You're only taking 30% of the meds. What can we do to help you? Are you having side effects? Are you having problems? So our electronic medical record is actually brilliant with regard to medication compliance, and it pre-populates their medical issues, their allergies, what medications they're on. So it's actually a really robust medical and mental health record. Again, we can have psychiatrists see someone same day. If someone's in crisis and they're unstable and we need them seen, and during COVID we did a lot of this. We really tried to minimize moving patients from Unit A to Unit B or to one of our inpatient units. We could have psychiatry see them even more frequently as needed. So we can do telepsych to any unit across the state that has the T1 lines. Next slide. Okay, so these are some of the take-home points. Y'all probably know this, but our biggest challenges are recruitment and retention. It's hard finding mental health staff to work behind bars. It really is a vocation. It really is a calling or a passion. Our folks would be making a lot more money with less verbal abuse, not having to park your car out in the heat, in the Texas heat, and then walk in and get patted down. And we get it. You know, custody isn't. We have to safety first. We understand that. But the point is, we are seeing more and more severely mentally ill come behind bars. We're seeing more and more coming in on psych meds, not just 1 or 2, but 3 or 4. So the burden, the disease burden, it's comorbidity. It's not just, oh, they have schizophrenia. No. They have schizophrenia and hepatitis C and cardiac issues and diabetes and asthma. So it's comorbidity is the norm rather than the exception. You know, in a wish list, if it was Christmas, I would be asking for more inpatient beds and more step-down beds. Again, that's not within my capability, but I think we need to look proactively because we're full at the end, and we're always looking, you know, for more bed space. So that I would say that, and that cuts for both for medical and for mental health, especially as our population ages. I've already made the point: chronic disease states, comorbidity. Next slide. Again, I think that we have some of the sickest patients in the state, similar to the state hospital, probably even sicker in my opinion. And then obviously growing dementia, neurocognitive head injuries, and then med psych. We have patients that have schizophrenia and are dialysis dependent, and they stop refusing their dialysis. Or they have active tuberculosis and they refuse their tuberculosis. So we do a lot of work with nursing, medical, and mental health collaboratively and collegially. I would say the other thing that's kind of unique to corrections, and when I was a medical student, this kind of grabbed my passion. Why would someone cut up on their leg and smear feces in their leg? Why would someone swallow a razor blade? Well, they do that in TBCJ. And so we have a lot of individuals that cut, self-harm, self-mutilate, ingest items, insert items. And I know it's before lunch. I won't gross y'all out. But we have a lot of issues with that. And so this is a challenge. And our patient population will up the ante. If you say that's not really a suicide attempt, they will do a more lethal and more, and keep upping. They're fearless. They have no fear and no pain threshold, I guess. So that's one of the biggest challenges, our severe self-harming, self-mutilating patient population. Next slide. I would say our biggest challenge is how to do this all during COVID when our staff, Dr. Murray used a great analogy, it's been a COVID marathon, and we're in the mile 59 now. Our staff, their kids are sick or they can't go to school, childcare needs, their loved one has COVID. So we've kind of been through this marathon, and now we got monkeypox on the horizon, so we're dealing with these challenges. But I say, we have to be very careful. We want to protect our staff and keep them safe. They're putting themselves in harm's way. And I've already made the point, recruitment and retention, we desperately need help with, we don't have the tools that the free world uses, signing bonuses, higher pay, We fortunately have some things, and we're looking for loan repayment. I think that's how we got Dr. Lithicum, Dr. DeShields, and Dr. Murray through National Student Health Corps and such. So anyways, I think I'll leave you with this issue, and I don't know the answer to this. Are we going to see more mental health like long COVID? Are we going to see COVID fog, COVID brain, more neurocognitive impairments, attentional impairments? I don't know. That's the question. I think I was just at a conference this past weekend. Psychiatrists are still scratching their heads trying to figure out, we don't really know, but that may be the next horizon. Are we going to see not just depression, anxiety, and psychosis, but maybe even COVID and attentional impairments and learning impairments? Next slide. So thank you all so much for your time and attention. Happy to answer any questions or comments that y'all have. Thank you so much.
Just quickly, thank you very much for that presentation. I know you felt rushed, but that was also very informative for me. I can tell you put a lot of time into that to make that intelligible to me. So I just want to say thank you for all the time you put into that presentation. I have been here on this board for many a year, and that's one of the best substantive presentations I've ever heard. Thank you very much. You basically created a roadmap for facilities I will be touring later on. I very much appreciate that as well. And I just want to say thank you for doing this, and thank you for the presentation.
Well, thank you. And I won't take all the credit. Dr. Lithicum helped also, and Mr. Collier in his office, so I can't take all the credit. But thank you, Chairman O'Daniel. I appreciate that.
I'd also like to comment. You know, our suicide prevention initiative is critical. And a critical piece of that is our boots on the ground mental health, so the people that are on the units. And as you mentioned, right now there's a shortage across the board in the free world of mental health professionals at all levels. So how are we making sure that we have at least basic coverage by people with the credentials that they need to have, not just for our acute site, but for, you know, just the entire population, because those suicides a lot of times are springing up from just the units, besides our chronically seriously mentally ill.
I'm so glad you brought that up. That's a great point, and I think that's the biggest challenge. Yes, you see suicide attempts. Some are potentially lethal, some are potentially not. But the challenge is, what about individuals that have no mental health history? They've been incarcerated 5, 10, 15, 20 plus years, never submitted a sick call to see mental health, and then a year or 2 years or a couple months before they're due to get out, they attempt and complete suicide. So I think you're spot on. I would say, again, it's a partnership between custody and mental health. And I'll just be very frank. It's not just mental health. It's nursing. It's medical. It's the contractors, the vendors. And I'm so proud of Mr. Collier. I think under his leadership, I've never spent this much time with an executive director. You know, his predecessors, no disrespect, but this is kind of his big priority issue number one. And he really is upping the manpower, staff training. I think knowledge is power. So having a curriculum for your new recruits and your existing staff, not just, you know, popping some video in the break room and saying, watch this video, but man down rescue drills. All of the staff are CPR trained and certified. Dr. Monty Smith and I just retrained this past week. So it's all about knowledge and awareness, and you're spot on. In our system, you don't have to have a mental illness to come see mental health. You can have a stress or a conflict, or even if you just say, I'm not feeling safe, mental health will gladly see you. And I think the important thing is, there's kind of unfortunately this air of, oh, they're manipulating, they're trying to get on psych meds, they're trying to move from point A to point B. That's out the window. The mission number one from what I've gotten from Mr. Collier and his leadership is, we got to reduce or eliminate suicides. It's public health issue number one. So that's spot on, absolutely.
As we're coordinating reentry, I know that's still going to be a challenge out in the free world to get them connected with mental health services ongoing in the free world. Are you having a hard time with that as well?
So I'm proud to report, thanks to, again, TDCJ, they have TCOME, and it's a mouthful, Texas Correctional Office for individuals with medical or mental impairments. They're really kind of the springboard, and we work collaboratively with them. I showed you all the slides on the civil commitments. So we don't just do that in a vacuum. No. We're notifying the Tacoma case manager of, hey, we have someone that we're probably going to send to a civil commitment to a state hospital. So Tacoma's involved. Tacoma hooks up follow-up and aftercare and mental health center. Say you're leaving here and you're going back to Bryan, Texas, or Brenham, Texas, or wherever. They will reach out to that mental health facility, and they have partnerships and linkages. Tacoma does a lot more. They help them with their identification cards, helping them Medicaid eligibility. They do so much more from a psychosocial perspective, especially individuals that have dialysis needs or have maybe if they're so mentally ill that they need to be in a group home. Tacoma will make all of that happen. So I can't say enough good things about our partnership and linkages for aftercare follow-up with Tacoma. And then lastly, I would say we don't just send people out with like a day or two of psych meds. No. We give them a month's worth of meds, and we're available if there's ever a problem or issue for that sort of thing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Are you still talking?
No.
No. Before you go, you mentioned that that TDCJ gets a number of inmates, a number of offenders who come from a trial court, and you said the defense attorney may miss signs that there were problems, or right. I'm wondering how large that number is, because normally it's not just the defense attorney. By then you're going to see people in the jail, you're going to see a court coordinator, you're going to see pretrial services, you got to get through a judge who somehow thinks that person is okay. Is this a large number, or is it just occasionally you think, I wonder how this person managed to enter a plea or whatever?
And again, I'm not casting stones at our legal system. I'm just saying, and the courts have come a long way as far as identifying individuals with serious mental illness and intellectual impairments. So I would say it's both seriously mentally ill, and in Texas, it's hard to get an insanity, not guilty by reason of insanity, to be successful in that. Courts and judges and juries just don't buy that. As we remember, the Andrea Yates case is a great example. But I would say we don't have the data, but as we move forward, we certainly would gladly look at that information. Again,
would be very interesting.
Yes. So Dr. L brought up a great point. We have a lot of folks that may not flag because they're higher functioning. Say they have autistic spectrum disorder, autism, Asperger's, other they're articulate, they're verbal, they're smart, but they have no social skills. They can't tie their shoelace. And in a prison setting, they're going to have trouble with the social skills, reading the verbals and nonverbals. And so short answer to your question is, we don't have that data, but I will say, and again, I'm not throwing stones, when it takes 6 months to a year to have a competency to stand trial eval, and it takes you a year to get into the state hospital for your competency eval, I think my sense is maybe the judges think it's better to send them to TDCJ where they'll get the health care they need. And we'll take anybody. I think in my 15 years here, we had one individual who came in, was autistic, was nonverbal. He was functioning like a 5-year-old. He was wearing diapers. And even then, the correctional officers worked with him. They put him on an exercise bike, and they were trying to work with him. And thanks to Dr. L, we got him out within a matter of a few days. But pretty much we can't refuse anyone at the door. We have to take everyone, regardless of how unstable or how fragile they are. So we do the best.
I would certainly not be popular in Dallas if I started some kind of move to bring people back if they've entered pleas and it's voluntarily waived trials and all this, and really they were not competent to do that, and we didn't catch that at the trial court level. But when you do hear something from someone who does seem like they may have issues, you end up relying, I know judges will rely on what everybody else who's had contact with the person represents, and hope for the best. But it would be interesting to judges, I think, to know, criminal judges to know, we have a number of people who are getting into TDCJ because now you're doing years. I mean, as opposed to being flagged as incompetent and treated, and then maybe the whole sentence and the whole life could be. So I'm interested in the numbers, and I'm not yet, just getting the information, not being any critical as far as judges go, because you think so fast, and sometimes you don't spend a whole lot of time.
Your dockets are cute, and the public defenders and the AGs. I get it. Anything we can do to help. We've been able to recruit a workforce of several forensic psychiatrists. So any kind of trainings or help that we can do to help educate your AGs or your public defenders, we're happy to help, anything to help.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yes.
But my thought is that most of those people are entering the system with psychiatric issues, or either they're developing those issues when they get there. So I just can't imagine what that percentage would be like. I mean, I don't think people are becoming more psychotic once they get there. And you got to probably have most of them coming there that way. I'm just assuming. I don't know.
Yes. If I may, I didn't have a chance to show you the slide, but Dr. Shelton, who's one of our PhD psychologists, he's kind of our data analysis person. He has a slide, and I'm happy to send it and share it through Dr. L and Mr. Collier. But our individuals with serious mental illness has really increased. So we are seeing more psychotic patients. And again, it's not anyone's fault, and I get it, like deinstitutionalization, getting people out of state hospitals, that was a noble cause during President Kennedy, but the money never followed these folks. And so we're getting a lot of these homeless individuals that are doing petty, vagrant stuff. They're ending up, and drug and alcohol stuff, they're ending up behind bars. And they end up in county jail, and then that cycle continues. So you're spot on. We're seeing an uptick on seriously mentally ill.
They got to be coming.
Yes.
I agree with you on therapy.
That's a great question. So I have folks who have a question about the size of the group. I would say the group really varies. Like we have some groups that are just for inmates that are former military. They like service, they're veterans. So we may have a mental health staff that's very passionate. Maybe they're a vet too, or active duty or reserve, and they want to run a group just on military, PTSD or what have you. So there may only be a handful of people in that group. The MHTDP, the Mental Health Therapeutic Diversion Program groups, those groups you could have up to 6 to 7 people in a room. Again, it's really, we rely on custody to let us know what's safe. Obviously, during COVID, we have to be very careful because we don't want to expose, so it really boils down to custody and the risk of transmitting COVID in a group room setting. So those are our challenges.
Dr. Again, thank you very much for very informative updates. We appreciate all the work that everyone is doing in the realm of mental health and behavioral health.
Thank you, Dr. Burris. One thing, I was remiss, I did not introduce my Deputy Director for Health Services, Ms. Chris Black-Edwards. She's a registered nurse. And we have our 2 senior operations officers on the UTMB side, Tony Williams and Kelly Coates. One takes care of the northern section and the other the southern section. So wave at the board, please. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for what you do. Appreciate it.
There being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Healthcare Committee is now adjourned. It's 11:38 a.m.
I'm Andrea Knoll, Deputy Director of Substance Use Treatment Programs, and I'm so honored to be able to be here today with you to share about the Peer Support Coaches Program. The Peer Support Coaches Program is one that offers hope, education, and opportunity to those who are seeking information, education, or those just seeking change, or sometimes just not even knowing that change is possible. This program began as a grant-funded program through the BJA, but it has greatly surpassed anything that we ever envisioned when we wrote the grant, when we were getting ready for it, and it's just been extremely successful, and we couldn't be more proud. Through collaboration with across divisional lines, we've been able to create these programs, the peer support coaches, and everything that it entails, and we're so very grateful for that. Later in the presentation, you'll be able to hear from Warden Townsend about the true effects of the peer support coaches on the program or on the facility at the Michael unit, and just how impactful what we've also created with the recovery housing has been for our facilities. I'm also honored to be able to present who's really in the trenches doing the work, Ms. Dolores Riley. She's extremely passionate about recovery. She is knowledgeable, she is creative. Even when we think about some crazy things outside of the box, she's always willing to get in there and get the job done. For her, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for Warden Townsend and all the other wardens that may not be here today, that we've been able to get in and get the jobs done through, again, that collaboration. And we're so very grateful that the support has been there through our division director, obviously, Mr. Carter, who has supported every time we go in there. We have these ideas, we have these things that we want to do, and he's always been very supportive and letting us, blaze the trail and get them done. So without much other, Ms. Dolores Riley.
Yay! So everything she said about me was true. Thank you, Ms. Knoll, and the team, I think, as well. Chairman, Mr. Collier, members of the board, my name is Dolores Riley, and I absolutely love what I do. I am the program supervisor for the Peer Support Coach program that is now being implemented in TDCJ, and I have watched at it as it is bringing hope and inspiration to inmates who want to get clean and maintain sobriety. So the vision of the Peer Support Coach program is to create a workforce who operates in conjunction with TDCJ staff to cultivate a community of recovery. And so far, I love what I'm seeing. So what is a peer support coach? A peer support coach is an individual with lived experience in substance use who wants to assist someone who has a problem or a substance use disorder. And they do this through emotional support, through teaching recovery skills, through lived experience and shared knowledge. And they're also resource brokers so that they can share with them the tools that they can get for themselves. So I like to say that a peer support coach bridges the gap between healthy and unhealthy behaviors for inmates who want recovery, and in doing that, it develops a safe space for inmates to connect with hope and discover healthy ways to cope and enjoy life, and that's what we're looking at. So peer support coaches are about quality of life, and not just for peer support coaches, for staff, for TDCJ, and for communities and individuals all over. So the next slide we have here is Texas Health and Human Services Commission, who authorized Texas Certification Board to create a certification program. So this program, in collaboration with TDCJ, has allowed TDCJ to be the training entity so that the inmates can get a certification and become peer support coaches. So it's a wonderful experience. Peer support coach is an umbrella term that is used to describe substance use recovery, mental health recovery, and justice-involved recovery. So all three of those domains fall under the peer support coach program, and right now we emphasize the substance use recovery program. Sorry. So volunteers. This is also an umbrella term that is added to the TDCJ Volunteer Services Plan for peer support volunteers. And this term refers to anyone who wants to volunteer, come in, who it has been approved by TDCJ to support substance use recovery, mental health, and justice-involved peers. So these are just some numbers that we have with this diagram. It was done in 2018, April 2018. So from 2001 to 2018, there has been a 600% increase in deaths related to drug or alcohol intoxication in state prisons. So I think that those numbers are phenomenal, but we are addressing them. Peer support coaches are in the business of saving lives, and for this I am grateful. The adjusted mortality rate, this is just in comparison of adult U.S. residents and state prisoners, and you can see that the numbers, thank you so much, that the numbers on here, suicide is actually greater, homicide is greater, and we are at 50% with drug and alcohol intoxication being the cause. So those are some pretty high numbers to address. So this wonderful picture is the first cohort. We began at the Hamilton Unit 8/2021 and completed in January 2022. And it's an amazing team. I got to work with them, teach them the curriculum, watch them cultivate a community of recovery. It was a collaborative effort. They worked with TDCJ and TDCJ scheduling, and all of the feedback that we receive from the units has been awesome and very positive. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration, Services Administration. Most of you probably know who they are. We're very grateful for them. We utilize a lot of their curriculum. They have the Division of Recovery here, which is 4 dimensions that they use. That's health, home, purpose, and community, which deals with the whole model, which is every aspect of a human being's life. And we're trying to address each one so that they can be healthy. SAMHSA also has 10 guiding principles for the process of change. So I won't talk about all of them, but I will tell you that I have seen hope. Hope leads. And when you have an inmate who role models the change that takes place when they are proactive in their recovery, it's amazing. And then they can reach someone who wants change as well. So it makes the change possible, and for this I am grateful. Peer support coaches operate from 4 categories: emotional, informational, instrumental, and affiliational. So emotional would be encouragement and empathy. Informational may be sharing their personal lived experience. Instrumental may be to ask them to go to a meeting or what kind of resources are available to them. And affiliational may be taking them to a meeting or showing them the meetings that have supported them in their recovery. So these are examples of the activities that are performed by a peer support coach: family support, crisis intervention, recovery capital assessment, and that's basically what do you have in your arsenal or your toolbox that is going to keep you clean. Wellness recovery plans, they're actually done with a peer-on-peer. It's pen to paper. What are your triggers? What are your solutions for those triggers? So they get to see what they are and they get to process them and work through it. Pro-social engagement, wonderful. No isolation. They get to be around peers who want change as well. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience to see. So a peer support coach. We stress in here what a peer support coach is and what a peer support coach is not. And the main thing that we emphasize is that they're not professional counselors, they're not professional therapists, but they assist their peers through lived experiences that they have and resources that they know about. So it's been really good to watch them work. Peer support coaches are trauma informed. So with this trauma informed is basically, we know that trauma affects a lot of people and substance use can be part of that. It can be a ripple effect of that. So they are just aware that this happens and they can recognize what the symptoms are and what they need to do, whether it's referral or a de-escalation situation. It can be just showing empathy and encouragement. So it's been good. Peer recovery housing. Absolutely awesome. So in January 2022, Peer Support Coach Program was created by Rehabilitation Program Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. We created a model for a recovery housing space so that those who desired to be drug-free and were willing to work for their recovery and their recovery maintenance would have the safe space to do this. And later we're going to hear a little bit from Warden Townsend is going to share the positive effects he's experiencing on the unit because of the peer recovery housing. We are cultivating recovery. I think all of us can agree that prison culture is unique in itself. And when you have an inmate who has experienced the same thing as another inmate, and they are living proof that change can happen because they're role modeling it and exempling it, they create a bond of trust that allows them to work together to create a solid foundation of recovery. Yes. So the objectives are to cultivate a positive and respectful inmate behavior, reduce recidivism, and enhance public safety. So I think those are three objectives we can all agree are important. Peer recovery housing. So the mission of the peer recovery housing is to assist inmates in building better character, identifying and correcting self-defeating behaviors, and instilling the value of self-examination and servant leadership to build the road of restoration on the foundation of sobriety. So it's also about, in the vision, it's about a holistic curriculum that addresses the whole well-being. We talked about the whole person model. It's about self-empowerment. So it's about creating the responsibility. The agent of change lies in the person. The community assists, the peer support coaches help, but it is in the individual to make those changes. So an individual becomes aware of the power he has to change his behavior and thus can do so. So an example, this is an example of dorm housing. So this is often implemented in phase 3 for those who qualify. And this is subject to the unit too. I want to say that none of this is written in stone. There is wiggle room there. So if you want to adjust things according to the schedule of the unit, that is up to you. So we respect that. This is just a picture of the guidelines. These are actually on the wall at the Michael unit in the recovery housing area. It's a reminder that it is a structured environment and they need to follow rules. There is zero tolerance for drug use, so they randomly test. They test frequently and randomly, which keeps them accountable, and I think that that is good. So a program overview. So we have created a program with structure. There is a schedule. There are assigned chores. There is AM devotion. There is process group. Thank you. There's recovery-related activities, house meetings, push-ups, which just mean they're being acknowledged for their achievements in the community, and pull-ups. They're expressions for concerned behavior. and there's an evening process. So it's just a time for the community to collaborate, get together, and discuss anything that happened throughout the day that could be better, or yay for being so great. Program overview. It is voluntary. Participants sign an agreement. They're well aware of what they're getting into. They acknowledge that there are rules. They hold healthy accountability for themselves and their peers. They have to follow the house guidelines. There's culpability, so it's self-reported violations of house guidelines. So this is an accountability board that is actually in the housing area, where they will have to check mark a behavior if they missed a group, or if they were out of line, or if they didn't respect a certain house rule. There's also rewards. Rewards for good behavior, rewards for accomplishments. This might look like movies, soda, popcorn, something along those lines, maybe a special speaker. So this is a simple system that honors fairness and promotes a safe, drug, and alcohol-free environment. So there are program phases. There are 3 phases. Each phase of the program is 6 months long. The first phase deals with building a foundation of recovery. The inmates learn to get along with one another. They're learning to manage their emotions. They're learning their triggers. They're processing those triggers. They are being encouraged by the coaches, possibly being given some lessons or some educational material to benefit them in where they are. Phase 2 deals with the same thing. It's just a little, it's not quite as rigorous. They have a little more freedom, a little more wiggle room. They might do some service. They might facilitate an AA meeting or a SMART meeting. And phase 3 is maintenance. It's basically the same thing. And I like to iterate here that education and process groups are throughout. It doesn't stop. There's not an epitome. They don't reach that moment of recovery where they no longer have to do any self-examination or change any of their behaviors. It's a constant. It's just that once you have a basic foundation, you can work with your peers a little bit more. So I think that's what we're trying to show here. So this is the curriculum we use. We use the Staying Sober by Gorski, Anger Management by SAMHSA, Substance Use in the Brain, which I absolutely love because it lets them know the chemistry that is involved with drugs and behavior. Getting It Right has 5 different books that they glean from, and they're actually in the schedule for learning, so that's been very helpful. I get wonderful feedback from all of this. And Smart Recovery, this is a cognitive intervention, which is really important. We teach that thinking comes before feelings and behavior. So can you manage that? Do you know where it's coming from? Do you know how to, I would say, manage your mind, manage your emotions? So that's what we're talking about. What are you thinking about? And this lovely picture right here, this is a peer support coaches at their graduation, and I love it. That was a great day for us. It was the first graduation that we had. It was very successful, very heartfelt. They shared some of their bios and where they came from. We had one man, I'll just share this briefly, who had been in segregation. He'd been isolated for 10 years, and he did not know how to deal with people. And he shared that in his bio. And he shared how he has learned the skills to be able to communicate, to be able to accept, to be able to tolerate differences, that he can't change systems, that he can't change other people, that it's an inside job. So it was a wonderful experience to hear. And ideally, once they complete the 18-month program, we want them to apply to become a peer support coach. So hopefully they would complete that and then go back into their host unit. So here's some takeaway points. So recovery management and making healthy choices is key, increasing self-determination and personal empowerment, promoting positive change, providing public safety, and lowering recidivism. This is our goal, and I just absolutely love the good stuff that I've seen so far. And right now, and I wasn't nervous, just in case you wondered. So, right now, I would like to introduce Warden Townsend to come up and talk about a few things. And I think after that, Mr. Carter is going to come up as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Collier. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. You know, like she alluded to, you got to have hope if you're going to move a prison, you know, in a positive manner. And having these guys right here, 100% buy into what's going on. I like to call bridging the gap with it at Michael Unit. We definitely use peer influencers quite a bit. So when I heard we were going to get these guys, I didn't know really what it was about, but I said, come on with it. We will try it out. And they got there, and the training that they've gotten and what they give these other inmates, I mean, it's bar none to see what's going on positive with it. When they got there, they talked about doing some classes, and we kind of got into the discussion. Well, you're here, you're an inmate, you're doing this. Why not live with the guys that you're doing this with? And that's where we come about, and we got 41 inmates in it now. We can have 42 inmates. It's in a section within the Michael unit, and it's cell block housing. It's not dormitory. I took the right in the middle. I got G2s, G3s. These are the guys that are going to be here for a while with big sentences, not so much on the back end, you know, where they're about to go home or stuff like that. It's all about making the better man and what these guys provide to it. And to go over there, and I know a few of y'all have seen this and been to the Michael unit, and to see what it's doing with these inmates and where they're going and their attitudes and putting drugs down, because it's all about the drug aspect mainly and trying to get inmates off drugs. We combat drugs by trying to fight it from getting in. Unfortunately, I know we do have drugs inside the Michael unit. We continue to combat that. But this is another angle of doing it, is trying to help them to get off of it. I had an inmate tell me one time, it really hit me because I never thought about it. He said to me that I come to the penitentiary and I've never used drugs. While inside of here, I become addicted. I said, whoa, that didn't make me feel good, and I hope it wasn't where I was at when he become addicted. But for that to be that way and us to provide something with these guys to get them off of it, that's combating it from both directions. But on the plus side is where I talk about bridging the gap. It makes it better for staff too. You know, we've had this fully engaged, and it's only those inmates that live in that section with the peer support coaches since June. We have yet to have any incident call where additional staff had to come, what we call incident command system. We've not had any ICS calls. So if we can replicate that for the Michael unit, for the agency, then you got somewhere where the violence is out, the drug use is out. And granted, you may not get everybody, but for what these guys are doing with the ones that were drug users and that will admit to it and that change, it's just impressive. I'm all for it. The more that they get, when they go through at Hamilton, the great training they get, I'll take more and more. We definitely want to see it change, but definitely a great program, and I'm excited to see it expand throughout our agency. So thank y'all.
Okay. As you can see, this is a very impactful program. I just want to kind of wrap it up by saying that we currently offer this program on 2 academy sites. We have it at the Hamilton for the males and the Marlin for the females. So that's where they receive their 54 hours of classroom, their 25 hours of direct service, and 500 hours of practical. And then once they receive that, they're transferred out to the units to start their program on the facilities. We currently have programs located at 7 facilities, and we have a third cohort at Hamilton starting in September, so we're excited about that. Just to wrap it up, we're working with the Correctional Institution Division to select the right men and women with a lived experience and servant hearts. We want to develop these recovery housing throughout the state, augment that program so it's available throughout the state. We're recruiting peer recovery volunteers at this time to help assist with the program. We now have a volunteer plan that allows these men and women to return after 90 days after leaving prison. So that's very encouraging. And another positive is employable job skills. We know that these individuals can get out and work as peer recovery coaches in the community. So this is another leg in the race of employable job skills. That pretty much wraps up the presentation. We're open for any questions.
One question and a comment.
Yes, sir.
The question, and you might not have this, and if not, if you could get it to Jill. What are the 7 units where the peer coaches are located right now?
Yes, sir. We have the Hamilton facility, the Marlin facility, the Michael unit, the Polunsky unit, the Hughes unit, the Kyle unit, and the Memorial unit. Yes, sir.
And I just recently have been to the Michael unit and have been to the peer recovery dorm there, and it really was very inspirational. Unfortunately, instead of getting the reward of a special speaker, they got the punishment of having to hear from me, but maybe they'll get
Yes,
a
sir.
reward later on that. But met with the peer recovery coaches. Yes, very impressive group of individuals. Y'all have done a good job, great job training them. And I was told that as far as the random drug testing is concerned on the dorm, the number of positives is extremely low, much lower than any other program that we have. So to me, that's where the rubber meets the road, is that there's practically no positives from the random drug testing.
Yes, sir.
So this works. So I just want to say I'm a big fan of it too. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd just like to add that, you know, in the free world, if you have a substance misuse problem, if you're lucky and have great insurance, you might get 90 days of treatment and then good luck to you. You know, go to some meetings. This is just such a better model. You know, the length of the program and the wraparound aspect of it is better than anybody can get in a free world treatment facility right now. So it's high quality.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Couple of questions. What does the peer recovery housing, what does that look like? Is it based kind of on the faith-based dorm model? Is that how we're doing it?
Yes, sir. It's the same setup as a faith-based dorm where they live in the community. They'll program in the community, and it's basically a standalone. It's our way of giving those individuals an in-prison support system to where they bond together. And any 12-step or partners program, you have to have partners in the journey with you. So this is our way of bringing them together in that community.
Have you thought about a way to ID these peer support coaches? I know in the field ministers on the unit level, they've begun to put some kind of ID on them.
Yes, sir.
Because we got new correctional officers, they don't know these guys. And they hold them up.
Yes, sir. They're wearing a badge that says Peer Support Recovery Coaches. Okay, so when they're conducting their informal walkthroughs, they're actually signing these individuals up to live in those housing by talking with the chaplain and the wardens and talking to Miss Riley and our staff at RPD. Yes, sir.
Good. I look forward to seeing this in Region 5, Bobby.
Yes, sir. Coming soon. I have one more thing based upon a request from Pastor Miles. He wanted me to give a brief update on death row, the death row. And I just wanted to first say that we have an outstanding warden there, and that sets the bar. In 2020, Warden Dickerson was reassigned to that facility, and first thing he called the RPD office, and he wanted field ministers there. I talked to Mr. Lumpkin's executive leadership. It was approved. Those field ministers got there, and they went to work teaching individualized treatment program classes in death row. Mr. Hazelwood, our director of chaplaincy with the chaplains, they set up a faith-based dorm housing in death row. They've had several baptisms in death row since that time. They have a radio station where the field ministers and the staff can get on and give inspirational messages to the men that's in death row. We had our first Kairos in death row approximately 3 months ago. Just a lot of great things. They have choirs back there. Those guys in the sections were singing Amazing Grace back there in death row. So it's just a total change of the environment. I just wanted to give that brief update.
Yeah, what Mr. Carter and Chaplain Hazelwood, this is plowing new ground on death row.
Yes.
Last time I was there, and I got to visit over this radio station, and I got to speak to everybody on death row and encourage those guys. Yes, I mean, that's why I wanted this board to hear.
Yes, sir.
What you're doing. Thank you.
Thank
Pastor Miles, if I could just if you haven't been there, and I've been to death row many, many times over the years, but I will tell you a significant difference in death row today versus in years past. The 2 times I've been most recently, the choir, they're singing, talking to the inmates, much more upbeat. Many of them doing their studies and quoting to me what their studies are about. So very impressive. I mean, Warden Dickerson's got a lot going on, and Polonsky's doing a lot to try to work on culture, and they are really setting the bar high for our other facilities. But you can feel it. If you haven't been, I would just encourage you to try to go. I promise you, you'll see the difference.
That video of them singing Amazing Grace, it'll make your eyes sweat. Yes. I'm telling you. So.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Chance, I'd like you to address or think about the shortage of field ministers. It seems that we are short of field ministers because if the class of September 2023, there's only like some 30 field ministers, and some of the units like my own in my hometown, Dominguez, 1,800 population there, and there's not even one field minister. Yes, sir. So I like you to look at that, and perhaps we can revisit in a few months.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. There being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Rehabilitation Reentry Programs Committee is now adjourned. It is 12:24.
The 224th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for the meeting include Vice Chairman Darylyn Perryman, Secretary Pastor Larry Miles, members Mano de Ayala, Judge Faith Johnson, Judge Molly Francis, Eric Nichols, Ambassador Sishan Siv, and Dr. Rodney Burrow. A quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 12:25. The board will now conduct executive session, which is closed to the public in accordance with the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074. The 224th meeting of the board is now recessed. It is 12:25. The board will reconvene in the main cell ballroom to conduct regular session at, well, 1 p.m., but we will see.